Hello, everyone. I am coming in a little bit early because Brittney will be up here with me and she has to go to Melissa's at 9. So I just said I would come earlier. The earlier I can come, the earlier I can go to bed, right, guys? So we're just going to wait a little bit. I believe Amanda's going to be coming on and possibly Alexis Blackheart. There's Brittney. Hello, my friend.
Hey, I was hoping you were still going live, and then the notification popped up, and I was like, okay, there
Oh,
she
yeah.
is.
Yep. Not a whole lot of people in here yet, but that's
Yeah, I just
fine.
posted in chat, so hopefully we'll have some come over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If not, they can rewatch it. It'll be fine.
How's Amanda?
Amanda said she was coming. She told me to post it in there. She was finishing up with supper. And then Alexis Blackheart had asked me earlier if she could come up on panel some night with me. And I told her anytime. I wanted to introduce her anyway and her channel. And I said, maybe once you're done, because you got to go. Hello, Foz. You have to go to Melissa. I said, maybe, if she was willing to or ready, she was more than welcome to come up. So,
Yeah, that's awesome.
yes.
You should.
How are
The
you,
more, the
Mr.
better. You'll.
Foz? Exactly. Yes. It is pouring like crazy here, thundering, lightning, everything. So what
Oh
better
no.
night to do this? Because there really ain't much going on anywhere. It's not like I can do anything outside with it being dark. I hate when it gets dark so early.
I don't
I'm
like it
doing
either.
good. Oh, I know it sucks. It sucks. I get tired. I like summer when it don't get dark until 9 and I can play in the yard with my dogs and yeah.
Oh.
You're not going to believe this, you guys. About 30 about 30 minutes from me, 35 minutes maybe, two 16-year-old boys killed a teacher.
No way.
Yes, and this teacher was at the Fairfield high school for 8 years. It is awful. They are actually charging them as an adult, thank God, and they're both on $1 million bond. 16 years old. And it's
I don't
just,
even have words for that.
I mean, just it takes me half an hour to get to Fairfield.
Was there a
I
motive?
not no, but they're really not talking yet. I didn't even know anything about it until my 16-year-old daughter, hey Allie, was telling me about it. So it's all over the news now, at least in my area it is. I don't think it's world news yet, but yeah, I was just telling Brittney and Foz, Allie, that there's two 16-year-olds that killed a teacher from high school, just not too far from me.
That's
And
heartbreaking
then
because
they,
oh
yeah, they put her in the park and put a tarp over her.
wow.
Makes you wonder if they demonic people took over them too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in or in order for you to be able to commit such a heinous act or have a blatant disregard for life anyway, so,
Yeah.
something's got to be wrong. I mean,
Hey,
a
Melissa. Oh, I
a
know it.
normal a
Hey,
normal person couldn't do that.
you would think not. Melissa, I was just telling these guys just a little ways away, like a half an hour from me, two 16-year-old boys killed a teacher. There's Amanda. And my daughter had heard that they cut the teacher up and put her all over in the park. I had heard that they had just put her in the park, concealed her under a tarp. Whether that's
Oh,
true or not,
no.
they're starting to talk about it more on the news. So I'm going to follow this because
Yeah, I don't
16
blame you.
years old. I mean, I get goosebumps even thinking about it.
Mm.
Hello,
Hey,
Lori.
Linda.
Hello, Nancy. So,
Hello,
hello,
can you
Amanda.
hear me?
Yep. Did you get your supper done?
No, the last little bit's still in the oven, but It'll be okay. I got it on timer.
Oh, you got it on timer. Anyways, Brittney, you were wanting to talk more about you found some more on the Gabby Petito, some more symbolism, or you wanted to say a little bit more on that? Or was that going to be on Melissa's? I'm sorry. Maybe that was going to be on Melissa's chat.
It was here. I was literally just sitting here thinking about that, and I'm drawing a blank. So let's just talk, and it'll come back to me. But it was about her necklace. I know that.
I'm glad I'm not the only person that does that. Dang.
Oh, as soon as I'm put on the spot, like I was never good at testing because of that. And I would always take the test and I would forget. And the minute that I was finished with the test, the answers would come back to me. Maybe it's anxiety. I don't know. But
when I was in high school and junior high, I cheated a lot.
Well, at least you're honest. I know it was about her necklace because today I spent some time researching that case that Melissa's covering about Travis Scott.
Oh, yeah, that's freaky.
I watched some videos about it, and they were going over the different symbolism in the Travis Scott concert that night. And one of the symbols that it showed was a triangle. Oh, I know what it was. It was so different demons and like ancient deities have emblems to represent them, or they're called like I'll have to look them up. But anyway, the necklace that Gabby Petito had on, remember you said you didn't know you couldn't tell what the circle was?
Yeah, I couldn't.
Well, that circle was an ancient symbol for the fallen angels.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. And so was the triangle. But because see, I thought it was like the earth, wind, and fire witchcraft symbols that we were talking about.
Yeah.
But this was identical. What he showed today, it was basically a demonic emblem, and it's, you know how like different royal families have their patch. I don't remember what it's called. There's a term for that. They have a different patch to represent their family. Well, the fallen angels did, or the ancient deities, like back in the time of the great Egyptian religion, and when they had all of the ancient Egypt pharaohs and stuff. But anyway, I'm gonna find pictures, so when we follow up with it, we can show it and compare it to her necklace.
I cannot wait for Melissa to dissect that. What's that guy's name? I've never heard of him until this.
Oh,
Travis something.
Travis Scott. Oh, we found so much already.
Yeah,
just in the last
I hope
few
she
days.
really dissects it a lot, because there's so much from what I can tell. But I had never heard of that guy ever. I like country and 80s. That's it.
Oh, let me ask you a question.
I had only heard of. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say I had only heard of him because he has that baby with that Kylie Jenner. That's the one, right?
I don't follow anything with the Jenners or the Kardashians. None of them.
Well, yeah, that was the only reason that I knew anything. I didn't even know him really, but I'd seen his face plastered online or whatever. But that was all I knew about him too until now. And now he's a household name already.
Now I was telling my fiance about this, and I can't remember if it was him or you, Amanda. Maybe it was you that was telling me that he's already got a lawsuit against him for something else. Or maybe I heard it in Melissa's thing.
No, I was telling you.
Yeah. So this, I don't know.
Somebody was paralyzed or something. Did you hear that, Brittney? From something he had done before?
Yeah, there was a guy that was dangling from a balcony, and he dared him to jump off of it and put the guy on the spot, and the guy did it, and it paralyzed him. There were actually several different. I don't want to dig in this too much because this is Melissa's case or whatever, but there were several incidents where he would try to get the crowd to rush the stage. And he knew that if that crowd rushed the stage, he had armed security. So what do you think he was trying to get to happen? They would have shot the crowd. I mean, so
All
he
I
was
know is,
trying.
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, so before, I don't know. It's really sadistic and vicious.
That's what I was going to say. I just know that Melissa keeps saying it is there's more things coming out and she's going to dissect it. And she says, what you guys are seeing now is really, really dark. That scares me. I get scared on stuff like that.
Well, what scares me more than anything about all of it is how they're targeting our kids, because what I mentioned on Melissa's channel was this guy he's well known by the kids. Kids that are my children's age know his songs and his lyrics by heart because they make him characters in different video games. And the biggest way that they're targeting our kids today is through video games.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's why my kids, they have never had a video game, nor would I ever let them. I may be a bad mom, but I will not.
Have you heard?
Hey,
I know you've heard
Allison.
What's that, Amanda?
I'm going to mute for a second while I make him a plate.
Okay, you're such a good wifey.
Hold on, or I'll be back.
Okay, go ahead, Britt.
Have you ever heard of the ancient deity Baal? He's in the Bible. They worship Baal.
The worship bell?
Baal worship, Baal, Baal, the god Baal. So in the Bible they
No.
talk about Baal, and they talk about Moloch. And reason
I guess I read the Bible. I've never seen it yet. I mean, I haven't got through all the way through it though, but
I'll pull up the chapters tonight and I'll
Yeah,
send them
please
to you.
do, because I won't understand that. I won't. I have to literally Google each thing if I don't understand it.
Well, it's really important that everybody learn about that because this is what they worship today.
Oh my gosh.
On the Travis Scott cover, and I'm only using this for an example because it's perfect. You see the big statue with his mouth open and they're walking through.
Yes, that freaked me out.
Right? Well, God destroyed many cities because in ancient days, people would sacrifice their kids to these great big statues, and inside these statues would be a fiery furnace. Mm-hmm. And they would literally throw their kids into the fire inside of these statues. And some of the statues look like owls. Some of them look like that particular statue that you've seen on his album cover with his mouth wide open. And if you notice, it looks like on the inside of his mouth it's on fire. Well, that wasn't basically paying homage to the ancient god Moloch. And our government makes a lot of references to owls. There's a lot of references to owls. There's actually an owl on the dollar bill.
Yeah, I know.
Well, or if you hear about Bohemian Grove, where they do the mock sacrifice, the cremation of care ritual. There's
I have
the giant owl. That's Moloch worship. It's all the devil, but it's terrifying to see it out in plain sight like it is now.
Exactly. It really is. Even on the owl on the dollar I'm looking at, where it almost, I don't know what an evil owl would look like, but it don't look like a normal. There's something with it. I don't know. But we've always been told that money's the root of all evil. It's got evil everywhere. I hate money. I really do. I hate it. And I've been like that my whole life. I know I'm glad I can pay my bills and stuff, but I just,
Well, we kind of don't
I don't
have
know.
a choice right now because we have to have it to
Exactly.
survive. But
Yep.
it's when you allow your greed to get the best of you.
Yeah. Like certain people on here on the
Yeah,
YouTube
I know, right?
community.
I'm back now.
Hello, Army Strong Mom. Hello, Akasha. Hello,
Hey,
Lulu.
everybody.
You guys, thank you all for coming in. We appreciate
Yeah.
you.
I had so much fun the other night. I asked Allison last night, I said, "What are you doing? What's Amanda
Yeah.
doing?" And
Yeah.
Allison's like, "Are you okay, Brittany? You seem like something's wrong." I was like, "I'm just bored. I was going to see if you want to go live." Allison's like, "I'm sleepy."
I got to take a shower and I was going to bed.
Did you get some rest last night?
I did.
Good.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I'm getting too old for 3.5 hours of sleep. But it was so fun that it was almost 4 hours. It didn't seem like that at all.
No, we've already been on here 20 minutes.
I know. And it just seems like I don't know. Time goes by when you're having fun. That is the truth. It really is. Amanda, Alex
Thank
said
you,
she
Alex.
likes your new picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
I just saw that. Thank you. And hello to everyone in chat. I didn't get to say that when I came in the first time.
Well, we were jabbering.
Oh, I know. I just don't want to interrupt.
No, I get on.
Fine.
I'm bad for that. I'm telling you, I get on these topics and I get really passionate, and I'll just go.
I'm terrible. I'll literally, it's like, I don't know if you guys are like this, but my mind starts thinking and my mouth just blurts it out, and I don't mean to be. I'm terrible about it. But that's why in chat, I hate being in chat, especially when I'm upset about something. It's like my mind's saying it, but my fingers can't go fast enough because I'm just going so quick that it's like you want to get up and jump. You want to jump up and down and,
Oh,
but when I start talking about something that is upsetting to me or I'm passionate about, I'm really bad about interrupting. I'll just blurt it out. I mean, we can be in a totally different conversation and something comes to my head and I blurt it out.
Well, it's funny, like when me and Allison are on the phone and we're the same way with each other. Like we both talk a lot on the phone, and it's like we can't get out what we're trying to say because we're trying to say it so fast.
Oh, we do. I mean, it's just, but I'm telling you what, the symbolism is really, it's starting to make sense a lot more for me, what I'm seeing going on in the world, and I know some people don't believe, and that's okay. Hopefully, you may not believe, but maybe you'll just look into it a little bit more. There was a guy that literally did you ever see that movie, Brittney? His wife was just really religious and so into God and Jesus. I mean, and he set out and he wrote a book. He wanted to prove to her and the world that Jesus does not exist. And by the time he got done doing and writing his book, there's actually a movie on it. He said that there's no way that Jesus cannot exist.
Yes. I never
and that was the best movie ever. And I recommend.
What movie is that?
I can tell you, because I actually watched it not too long ago again.
I never
it's based
seen
on a
it,
true movie.
Oh, wait a minute. Did it come on PureFlix?
No, mine, I think I watched it free on YouTube. If I'm not, I watched it. It was free. Yep.
There's so many different stories.
But this was so good because it was true, and it was an older, it wasn't nothing new. It was an older one, and I like older movies.
Not stories, but there's so many different testimonies like that.
Oh yeah.
Or you'll hear of scientists who are just hell-bent that an evolution and there's no creator. And then they'll go through years of studies only to find that there has to be a creator.
Yeah. It's called The Case for Christ.
Okay.
That's the name of the movie. And You know, I've always believed in Jesus. I always knew there was a higher power, and I'll be honest with you guys, God has been really good to me. And sometimes I don't think I deserve what he's given me, but I try to be a good person and I try to treat everybody the way I would want to be treated. I'm not perfect by any means, but your faith actually will excel when you're at your lowest, and he will put something right in front of you to let you know that he is real. I mean, it's crazy how it works, but it happened to me 6 years ago, and it was like the biggest eye opener ever. And I'm just, I'm very thankful that I went through that so I could see what was really there,
Well, you and I,
Oh, hey, guess who wants to come up?
who?
Megan
Who?
wants to come up.
Come on, Megan.
Okay.
Yes.
You
Oh,
know,
you
you and I
guys.
have, Melissa might have to forgive me on this one. I'm not leaving if she's up here.
I'm telling you what, this little Megan, I have been praying for this day to come, because this is where I've learned all my stuff, right here with this little lady.
You and I hope you don't care that I mentioned this, but you and I have discussed potentially doing a podcast together
Yes.
about current events that align
Yes.
with the Bible.
Yes.
And I was actually thinking about it today, for thinking about going live with y'all tonight, and I was like, what is a way that you can address someone but not run them off? Because there are people that believe differently than we do, and the last thing I want to do is
push it on them. I get it.
exactly. But at the same time, we're in such an urgent point in the world today that I feel bad if I don't say something, because we're engulfed in the spiritual battle right now. Like, even if you don't
Oh,
believe in
yeah.
God, you can clearly see that there's an evil presence. I mean, people aren't,
Yes.
the love that people have or used to have always had for each other is just not even there anymore.
Yes. Hey, Brittney, I want to say something to Lulu here. She says, hello at Tara. I still haven't tried folding up the money. A $20 bill has 9/11 stuff. I have to go back and see those videos again. I don't know if you're talking about the same video that I'm talking about, Lulu, but there was actually, I just watched it not too long ago, and it says the dollar bill is actually going to tell us what is in store for us in the future. And the $100 bill, the new $100 bill, is actually an atomic bomb when it is folded a different way. And I literally looked at a $100 bill, and it is the honest to God truth. Oh, Megan, please come up. Get your butt up here.
If you go on Google, on YouTube, and you type in Jonathan Kleck, CLEK, I think, type in Jonathan Kleck, money symbolism, or bomb on the dollar, or something like that. His videos will come up, and he goes through every one of the dollar bills, or the $10 bill, the $100 bill.
The one that I looked at, it was, I believe it was on one of a call for an uprising, is what I watched it on.
His channel off.
Actually, he's got another one. It's a call for an uprising. Oh, is it 2 and 3? I think. Well,
I need to go find those.
They literally deleted they shut him down for a while, and then he started another channel, and then started another channel. But there's I can't even tell you how many channels he's got, because they keep shutting him down. But I think it's maybe 3. There's the regular one, and then 2 and 3. You just got to put in a call for an uprising 2, a call for an uprising 3. But yeah, it literally shows an atomic bomb, you guys, with the mushroom coming up. It literally, the video again freaked me out.
Well,
So
do you
I
know
got
how
Brittney, Jonathan, what was his name? Click?
Jonathan
K-
Kleck, CLE. Hold on, let me pull it up. I want to make sure I get it right. Hang on, I'll pull
Okay.
it up.
What were you saying,
While she's doing that,
Brett or
yeah,
Amanda?
while she's doing that, let's talk about the bat quarter that you didn't know about, which shocked me that you didn't know for COVID.
No, I didn't know. I went and looked.
I know.
Did
I was
any of you
shocked.
guys know about the 2020 quarter? You know how they say that COVID come from bats, blah, blah, blah. There's actually a freaking bat on the back of the 2020 quarter.
There's
When
that.
she
Yeah.
told me that, I went and looked because I got a thing full of change. There's a flipping bat there.
That's
I could not believe she
terrifying.
hadn't heard that.
No.
There's
How she's into
also
all this,
another
you know?
one. There's
Yeah.
another
What?
quarter that they released around the same time as that, and it is War in the Pacific, which is terrifying to me because that's China.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
And
know about that one.
you can look it up, but they're releasing a bunch of new quarters, and like every one of them's got a different theme. And I seen the bat one too, Amanda. And that one blew my mind. But
yeah, because
yeah,
of course,
I saw it like when in
2020 is when
2020.
COVID came out, and Lulu says, think he changed his channel name though. Are you talking about this Jonathan Click, or are you talking about what the one I was talking about, a call for an uprising? Probably
Allison,
the Click.
His last name is Kleck. I'm sorry, Jonathan Kleck.
Kleck.
Yeah.
E-A-C-K or E-C-K?
Kleck.
Okay, yep, that's what Lulu said it was. She I didn't see that, but thank you, Lulu. Thank you, Brittney. I'm gonna look into that.
If I'm not mistaken,
I hate to change the subject if I can for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we can get back on that, but I think this is important for TCA. Any creators in the chat, why hasn't TCA got a community page yet? And what does she need to do to do it?
Yeah, because anything over 500,
yeah,
they said they're given.
And she's had 500 for a while.
For a little bit.
Wow.
I mean, I've really gotten a lot.
You should have got
the last couple weeks. I've gotten a lot.
Yeah, but long enough to where you should have had it automatically, I would think. I mean, just based on how fast other people get it.
I thought you said something about, there's Megan. We may have to come to that, back to that. That they may just do it to so many people every so often. Hello, think for yourself.
Hello. Hello, ladies.
Hey, you guys, any mods in chat, could you guys please drop think for yourselves link, Faz's link, Tara and Broken Justice, Melissa's. If I'm missing anybody else, Allie's definitely, Alex Erickson. Does Lulu have a channel? If so, I've not seen Lulu in here. If anybody else has, please drop them for me. I do not know. I need to have somebody show me how to do it.
Yeah, Mr. Foss said you might need to make her sub count public.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so. I might be wrong though.
You need at least
TC left hers private.
Okay, what did you say, Megan?
I'm sorry. I was just saying you need 1,000 subscribers. I don't know why I said it like that. Subscribers.
No.
Okay.
I don't have 1,000. Changed in October. That changed in October. It's 500 now.
Oh, okay.
Well,
hey,
I will.
Hi, Brittney.
We'll get it figured out.
Yeah, hey, Megan. Right.
Oh, I'm so excited. Thank you so much for coming up here.
Yeah, of course. Anytime. What are we
Yeah, so
talking
how
about?
have you been? I don't know, but the symbolism, we started in the other night about the Gabby Petito symbolism. And then Melissa Jade's doing that Travis guy. I'm not going to
Scott.
talk about him because that's Melissa, but
That's the
Brittney was
Astro World
just
thing.
saying,
I
yeah,
do want to
Brittney,
hear your opinion on the Astro World thing, though.
To be honest with
yes.
you, I haven't. I literally, the only video that I've watched on it, I missed Melissa's stream, unfortunately, but the only video I did watch on it was the call for an uprising. Is his
Oh,
his-
did
he
they
didn't
do
really,
one?
like, yeah, and he didn't really like play any video footage or anything from it. He just
Oh, it was
talked about it, but
disgusting.
I'm not really big on like the like celebrity and like symbolism and stuff. Like I've made the video, like the Madonna video where she I don't know if you guys have seen that, but it's pretty disgusting. She makes a video
Yeah.
before the whole virus thing came out, and there's so much symbolism in that. So I actually made a video on it, and it was up on YouTube for probably literally about like 6 minutes before it was taken down completely.
Wow.
They didn't even, and I didn't even, I tried to like stay away from playing the music clips for too long, like under 20-30 seconds. And yeah, no, it was taken down like within like 6 minutes. So I did play it a few times on D Live, but I usually, there's just so much celebrity, like just
Who was that on?
symbolism and just propaganda.
Madonna.
Madonna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Megan,
it's just, yes.
one thing that will spark your interest about it, even if you don't want to do the celebrity thing, I just have to tell you this: the same venue, or like the person that made the concert or whatever you call it, is the same ones that were over Vegas. Like
really?
the whatever they are, the company that sets up the concert and the venues and stuff.
That's interesting. For sure.
Yeah, right.
So I don't, what exactly, like, you guys want to fill me in real quick on that? Because I just know that 8 people died, which is interesting because of the infinity sign, which is also occultic, but which I did catch. 8 people died from being trampled. Is that?
Yeah,
like,
they literally had 8 flames coming out too, which may not mean anything, but I
That's
didn't
also
even
duality. 88.
Yes, that side by side.
Definitely.
I couldn't even watch. Melissa showed this one part. I literally about got sick. They dropped a dead. If she wasn't dead, she was dead after she hit her head on the concrete. Literally dropped her. It was awful. It was just so
They
bad.
dropped her
Then
off the gurney. Megan.
Yeah, then I went back and watched the nurse's interview. Melissa played it some on her channel the other night. These paramedics or whatever they were, EMTs, didn't even know how to find a femoral pulse. Nothing. I mean, it was a joke.
Melissa said it's Live Nation. If you recognize that, Megan, they make the I don't know what you call them, Melissa, but they basically make, arrange the concert and the venues and all of that, and they evidently they work for a bunch of different celebrities, but I wasn't going to go too in detail about that because that's Melissa's thing. But I just really, really wanted to hear your opinion, but I didn't know you haven't been well versed on it yet.
Yeah, I haven't even had a chance to even really look into it besides that call for an uprising video. But I mean, his video is pretty much enough for me in itself to know that something's off. Clearly,
Yeah, it was
very
really
dark.
So, now I don't know about it being like completely orchestrated, or if people really died, or if people really got hurt. I definitely do not know enough about it to go that far. But
are you going to look into that, Megan?
I might. I don't know if I'll actually cover it, but I mean, I might talk about it here and there. But I'll look into it a little bit more. Yeah, is there actually like
please do
video footage still? Like
yes,
everywhere. There's more coming out, isn't there, Brittney?
As far as I can tell, and I'm actually really shocked about it because usually it's the opposite. Every day that passes, you get less and less. But from what I'm seeing, it's more and more. which is letting me know that they want us to see this. Or at least that's
Probably.
what I think.
And that's interesting that you
Yep.
mentioned that, because I actually just got a comment today from somebody that lives in the UK, and they mentioned that they actually had not heard about the Gabby Petito case or the Chris Watts case. Pretty much that it's not really in the UK, or wasn't in the UK at all. And that the reason why she actually, I'm assuming it's a she, I guess I should say they found out about it was because that YouTube recommended those body cam videos so much that she finally just like gave up and was like, okay, I'm gonna click on it. So, and I've heard that a lot as far as it being so secluded onto YouTube. And because a lot of people don't know about the Chris Watts case, which is weird because it's on Netflix, it's on all these documentaries on Discovery ID or whatever, you know, the true crime channels. And of course, it's all over YouTube. But then I didn't even know about it, to be honest. I don't watch the news, so that's probably why. But I didn't even know about the Chris Watts case until I actually went to Colorado. And a friend of mine just happened to turn on Dr. Phil. And I see the egghead there standing on his porch, you know, doing his thing. So, and here I am 3 years later. So, but, so it's just interesting that Brittney said that they are really like, there's so many videos of it out there, I guess, is what I'm saying.
There really are. There's a lot of witnesses and things like that. But Allison and I was it the night before last we were live, or Allison was live and I was on her panel, and we did a segment on Gabby Petito, which you were here. I found the emblem that Gabby wears on her neck, like in every picture that you see of her.
Yeah.
And that emblem is actually tattooed on Travis Scott's hand. And that was how I found out today what it was.
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
I know, I was trying to look at it and I thought it might have been the Tree of Life, which is also occultic, but I'm surprised you were able to zoom in on it and really get a clear picture of it. That's awesome.
Well, what happened, I can't take credit for that. It was a channel I watched and he did it. But emblem isn't the correct word either, y'all. I'm going to have to go back and find the right word. That's what I can come up with now. But it's, Megan, it might be.
Which one were you talking about? I heard you say something earlier.
Necklace.
Gabby wore
something that you said earlier. You were saying like their family symbol or something. That was the crest. I don't know if that's what you're looking for, like a family crest.
Yes.
You were talking about the royal families, I think, or something.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the name of that, but that's it. You're right, the crest, where they each have a different I don't know,
symbol
picture
for their
for their bloodline. Well, this is similar to that. This is similar to a family crest, but it's for the fallen angels and demons.
Oh, okay.
And it's called, I'll find the name of the exact term for it, but that's basically what it is. It's like a crest for the demons and fallen angels.
I'm not surprised.
Southern Lady says sigils, SIGILS. What is that?
That's it. It's
the sigils.
Okay.
Different than
okay.
That.
Okay. Yeah. Wow.
Hold on. Let me look at it.
Yeah, I seen where there was some news stations that were doing follow-ups on Gabby today or this morning. The news stations, they're on YouTube. I didn't watch it. I don't know what the follow-up was about.
The whole Gabby family or whatever also got like tattoos, which it was really hard. I was going to cover that on one stream, but I couldn't really tell what they were.
They were the exact same one that Gabby had, Megan.
Are they triangles?
Yeah. She actually.
Of course they are.
She actually, or no, take that back. I'm trying to think.
It was let it be, but then they also got
the one that she designed it herself.
Yeah, her artwork.
We were just talking about
her artwork.
It almost
Yeah.
looked like the snake, the sculpture that Shanann had in her living room. You know what I'm talking about?
The
Baphomet?
Baphomet.
The Baphomet staff. Yeah.
Yeah, they looked like that. And
Huh.
she had one too.
What?
Yeah.
What
There's
is
so much
the-
symbolism in that case. It's so overwhelming.
Yep, it's bad.
Megan?
What were you
What
getting ready to
is-
say, Brittany?
I was gonna ask Megan, what is the symbology behind the rose? I think it's a rose that's in Gabby's triangle on her arm.
That's a
Do you know?
good question. And I see roses come up a lot. And
Mhm.
what's interesting as well is, do you guys remember in the Chris Watts case, there was Anna, Chris's
Yeah.
alleged
Yeah.
girlfriend that, yeah. Well,
Yes.
in a Facebook pic that was released of Jamie Watts, of course, she got sunflowers, go figure. We have Nicole Kessinger standing in front of the sunflowers. And of course, sunflowers
Yeah.
are just flowers. They're beautiful. They represent like sunlight and happiness. But when you see them pop up so many times, and when we know that there's occult symbolism surrounding it, that's when I start to look at things from a different perspective. But Anna, besides Jamie Watts having her sunflower tattoo, she had, the way she was sitting was a cross with a rose on it, but the way she was sitting on her forearm, but the way she had posed for the picture, it was upside down. And that's the same thing that we see in that Madonna video that I was talking about earlier, is that upside down cross, which is like Rosicrucian. So Rosicrucian. I don't know a lot about Rosicrucian, but I know that it does not, a lot of times, certain individuals are not representing it. Yeah.
Yeah. Sigils. Thank you, Southern Lady. I knew somebody would know what I was talking about.
Sigil.
It's pronounced sigils. Yes. It's a sigil. And that's what Gabby has around her neck. And that's what
I haven't heard of
Travis
that.
has
Yeah,
on
I
his.
haven't heard of that.
Thank
That
you,
was-
Southern
my
Lady.
goodness. Hey, Megan, while I have you on here, I do want to ask you this. I think I asked in chat, and I don't know if anybody has ever confirmed what it meant. Why did Chris Watts, Brian, say to the law enforcement, crisscross applesauce? What was the meaning of that?
I don't remember him saying that, but I do remember you mentioning it in the chat the other night. And
yeah, he said it when they first pulled him over.
With these cases, and I could go all night with all of the specific things in the Watts case that they mentioned. Like there was even like hidden mentions of like the virus, to where, and I'll get to that, but I just want to explain like how they kind of do it. So when Chris Watts is being interviewed by Coder mentioned something about their family issues, or him and Shanann just staying together, or having another kid to work on the, to fix the relationship or whatever. And Chris mentions the fact that he doesn't want to be that family that walks around wearing masks all the time. And now that stood out to me when I started picking up and started seeing the American Horror Story in the teasers with them wearing masks and ventilators. And the girls were both wearing the respirators in Shanann's Facebook. So a lot of people that like or might hear this are going to think that's crazy. Like, okay, so the girls had asthma, so that's why they do that. But it's repetitive, and there's masks that keep showing up. And then there's certain things that they'll mention, like specifically like with that water bottle where I mentioned in the Gabby Petito case, where that TikTok chick or whatever found it, and she's like, yeah, it says Seattle on it. It's Gabby Petito's water. It's like they overdo it. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So there's a lot of the things that they mentioned in the discovery with the Watts case, they mean something. So any of like those searches, like the whole 5 searches that we got of Nicole Kessinger and of Chris Watts, even though it was like a 3-month time span, and you're telling me that these 2 people only like search these specific things, so they're like cherry picking them, they all mean something. They're all specifically meant, they mean one thing, but they also mean another thing. So it's interesting that you mentioned the crisscross applesauce, because more than likely it does mean something. I'm not sure what specifically, but then we also have these crosses that are coming up, especially with that picture that Melissa Jade showed with the whole, dead center with their van, and then there's like a creepy cross in the center. It's just keep looking out for that symbolism. So when I see a cross and then I hear him mention crisscross applesauce, it's more than likely means something for sure. Specifically, I don't know exactly, but.
Well, I was
So it's like a
thinking
code.
well, do you remember the other night, Amanda? I don't know if you had already fell asleep or not, but we brought up, well, Melissa pulled up the pictures for us of the cross that was captured in it was actually by a bystander that drove past Brian and Gabby's van the day that Gabby allegedly was murdered.
Is that the one you were talking about, TCA? What was it that was hanging in his van?
That was
that you told me about.
the all-seeing eye necklace.
Oh, okay.
And it was hanging
go
on
ahead
the
then.
shit. You know how oh shit bar when you're holding on.
That's what I call it too.
Exactly.
That's where it was
that's what I
hanging
call
on
it
the
too.
driver's side. On the driver's side. I mean,
Yeah.
That's a great catch too. I didn't see that one. I didn't look at all the
honestly,
photos,
I had heard it, but I had never seen it. And actually, Alex Erickson sent that to Brittney and me. And looking at it, I was like, so I went back in the body cam to see if I could really see it. Cause you never know if somebody's photoshopped up. That sucker was there. It was crazy.
Vividly.
The interesting thing too,
So
Brittney, about
what were you talking about though
picture.
then, Brittney?
I'm sorry.
That's something different.
Yeah, it was I think Megan got to see it. I think you were asleep, Amanda, but it's a picture of Gabby's van in the distance. But right in the center of the van, like right ahead of the van, you see a cross there.
Yeah.
And at the foot of the cross, it looks like a black mass, like there's something set up against it. And the girl who the girl who done the research actually said that there's this great big occult group in Colorado, and that Gabby wasn't just strangled, she was killed in a ritualistic sacrifice and hung on a cross. And we seen the picture. I mean, we're not saying that happened, but there's a cross in that picture.
Yeah.
So crisscross applesauce, Megan had the idea that maybe that was it.
Maybe code for something.
Isn't it rather convenient that these pictures will pop up and it's just like, oh, a random person out in the wilderness just happened to find take this picture of this van with a cross in the middle of the frame, and it's released to all of the public, and then people start going, oh my God, and then they start racking their brains and I think, well, was it a ritual? Was it this? What does this mean? Is it a scarecrow? And of course it's like blurry as hell. So it's just like the Watts case. Everything that was released to us, even the audio was terrible. It was all downgraded, and it just really, really confuses people. And that's the whole purpose of it. And I'm not saying that it's not possible for somebody to drive by and catch this, but it's like when it keeps this convenient things keep happening in these cases, that's when you have to look back and go like, okay, how many times does something need to happen to where it's not a coincidence anymore.
Yeah, and if you study psyops and government projects that, mind control and all the crap they do to the masses, that is a major thing they do. They will intentionally put out misinformation to throw you off. So I agree with you. You have to be really careful because that happens in almost every situation.
I also wanted to mention too about just really quick about that Astro World. I did notice that Call for an Uprising pointed out the shirt that he was wearing. I don't even know who Travis Scott is, to be honest with you.
I don't either.
Who this is. But because I don't follow that celebrity stuff. But he would think it was a red shirt, but if you remember the police officer that we all are familiar with in the Gabby Petito case with that 666 symbol, whether it be anime or not. And that's the thing too, is they'll use something that's like common or like that it doesn't seem ritualistic or cultic, and so that people say, oh, that's just an anime tattoo. This grown man adult just happens to have it. Not that grown men and adults can't like anime, but it's just like that's what they do. So they use something common so that when someone like myself or any of you say that it's a cultic, we look like the crazy people, we look like the conspiracy theorists because it's just a tattoo, right? But it's really not. But in the call for an uprising video, he pointed out a shirt and there was a symbol on it that was almost identical to that. And I don't know if you I'm assuming you watched that call for an uprising video, but if you didn't, there's a 666 on a shirt almost identical to that in that same triangle formation, which I found very interesting as well.
Wow. Now I know
Hey,
he had the
Brittney.
shirt. Yes.
Oh, I was just going to say, Southern Lady wants you to say again about the crucifying, what you were just saying. She wants you to repeat that again.
Okay, so one of Melissa's subscribers dug up some information when she was covering the Petito case, and supposedly a bystander caught they were riding past Gabby and Brian's van, and they snapped a photo of it. So Melissa shared the photo with us, and in this photo, you see Gabby and Brian's van in the distance, from like a side view, and directly in the middle of the van, a little ways in front of the van, there's a cross. And on the cross, it looks like there's maybe a sash or a satchel draped across the top of it. And then at the bottom, it looks like there's a black mass there, like maybe there's a person at the bottom of it or something at the bottom of it. And it was in Colorado, I think. She said that there's a massive, what did I say? An occult, what do you call those people? I'm drawing a blank because I'm on the spot. What are they called, Megan? The groups, the secret society. There's a massive
the secret society, yeah,
in Colorado, and she said that it's alleged that Gabby wasn't just strangled, but she was killed and hung on the cross in a sacrifice.
Oh my gosh.
I can't even call it, a human sacrifice style.
But if she was hung on the cross, and I'm not saying that's not possible, if she's hung on the cross, then whose body did they find in the ground? Like, or who moved her body into the ground from being hung on the cross?
Yes.
I mean, and even like, and I'm the biggest conspiracy theorist ever, like you guys know that, but even that is almost like too much of a stretch for me, just because it's like, again, it's like how convenient that we find a picture that's released and it's all over the place, it goes viral, and it's supposedly of Gabby Petito hanging on, but then that's when just people's minds go like kind of like all over the place, you know. And again, it's the picture's so far away, it's so blurry.
Yeah, it is.
The longer you stare at a picture, and just like the Watts case, how many times do we say, oh, there's this shadow and that shadow, and then Ronnie Watts is there and this person's there, and if you have someone or a streamer that sounds convincing and they're telling you that's what you're seeing, then you might see that too. But again, I'm not saying it's not possible, because anything's possible.
Southern Lady, yes, Southern Lady says she's meaning when it's done, they pose the body or something with these sacrifices. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that she was a sacrifice. I haven't heard the crucifix thing, but I've heard, you know, she was sacrificed by one of these, I don't know, Masonic or one of those groups. I don't even know what you call them, but.
One interesting thing I did find is the photo of her with the angel wings, the main one that they use with the rainbow wings.
No, the matching Baphomet one? Yes.
The twin crescents are in, you know, you have one on each side in her wing with the 5 pointed stars. And if you research those crescents, I want to say it's either Satanism. I think it's Satanism. Those crescents are symbolic of satanic sacrifice, ritualistic sacrifice. But I'm just going to be honest, and I'm going to throw it out there. After everything that I've looked into with this case, I'm leaning towards it's a psyop. I mean, I'm not saying
Yeah.
no one died, but you
I
have
mean,
to
yeah,
look
with
at.
these psyops, we don't know if they are, I mean, are they living another life? I mean, we all know that they can change what people look like.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, 100%. And that's the
Are
thing
they
is
doing,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
some of these like and I mentioned it on your stream because I know you asked about it. Like there is a difference between like false flags and there's a difference between like orchestra. I would love to call them psyops, but I don't on my streams because that word is a trigger word. So I started saying orchestrated events all the time. And that's exactly what they are. They're planned years in advance. I mean, it could even go back to if you look at the fact that Gabby in that video with the Mandy book, I don't even want to say it on your channel, with that
Yeah.
whole sad event that happened in 2012 in Newtown. The fact that she is not only one seems like an actress, which is common with these events, but two, that there's a connection to both. So she could have it could have been planned even that far back. And I know that sounds kind of crazy, but they're not going to go through all this to just gain one thing. There's going to be multiple things to gain from it, multiple agendas, and they are planned years in advance. Even, going back to the whole and I know I'm all over the place, but going back to the Olympics with that whole Olympic ceremony, I also made a video on this that's on my channel that shows the whole virus above the thing and all the nurses dancing around, and we saw the videos that went viral of all them dancing in the hospital when people are supposed to be dying. All those connections. So that goes all the way back to 2012, and the virus just happened like a year and a half ago. So it's possible that they're definitely planned years in
You
advance.
just
But
reminded me of
people,
something. I'm sorry.
no, it's
Can
okay.
I
Go
cut
ahead.
you off for 2 seconds?
Yeah,
Because
of course.
I know that Google is my friend and I need to utilize it, but it has been driving me insane. What is the name of that mock pandemic that Bill Gates did like 3 months before COVID
Oh,
hit? You remember?
Event 202.
Yes. Allison, we got to cover that. Oh my
What
God.
is
It's
it called
crazy.
again? Say that again.
Event 202.
Event 202. Okay, I wrote it down. We'll talk.
Yep, where they
Brittney, we'll talk.
literally talked about what to do in an event of a pandemic, pretty much. So, but they so people can die. So like false flags have been happening for a very, very long time. Like you have Pearl Harbor, you have what's the sinking of the, is it the Lusitania? I can't say it. Where, so like false flags are usually where they will, or like 9/11, right? So they, our own government, in my opinion, attacked on our own soil in order to start, war in Afghanistan over oil or whatever, and money and whatever else. The Patriot Act, who knows? So people really did die on 9/11, but that's like one of the bigger, huge, like false flags. But psyops are more like where they're just orchestrated. You have your actors, and it's mostly more planned out to where like 9/11, you're going to have some people that are obviously involved, your main characters, but then you're going to have victims that are being placed there that are in the wrong place at the wrong time. So of course, I'm not going to say that there's no rituals that ever happen in these events, but for instance, with the Watts case, there's been many people that said, well, how do you know that they weren't killed in some sort of ritual, Shanann and the girls or whatever? But I don't look at just the fact that there's like no evidence of, well, there's pretty much no evidence in the Watts case, but there's no autopsy photos, not a neck, not a picture of her neck, not a foot, not a dental imprint, nothing. We didn't get anything. We didn't even get a picture of the photo of the hair in the inlet, right? The blonde hair, the tuft of hair. But I look into more than that. Like I look at how the behavior, and I wanted to mention this the other night on your stream, but the behavior of both families, the behavior from the Ruseks and the behavior from the Watts and both sides of the Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie family, to me, that's what I look at. That's what I look at. So like, for instance, with 9/11, if you remember the 5 wives that lost their husbands were firemen that they lost.
Yeah. And
okay.
the one
So
got
they
scrutinized.
made,
At least one got scrutinized for her
they made a
behavior.
huge scene and were demanding answers as to why their husbands are no longer here. And I get goosebumps every time I talk about it, because that, to me, that's real. They did whatever they could, and they were demanding answers from NIST, and they wanted to, they wouldn't stop, right? And that's what they want to avoid when they do these events. Like sometimes, and they're all going to be different. They're all going to have different characteristics to cater to that specific event. But when I see them demanding answers, and then when I see the Ruseks trying to convince people, and especially on social media, trying to convince people that there's no cover-up, even though that many people, especially in the true crime community, that looked in and delved into that discovery, know that there's clearly some sort of cover-up or something's going on, and there's many inconsistencies. Why is this family not demanding answers from Michael Rourke? Why are they not saying what's going on? Why did we not know that the girls were alive, supposedly, when they left the house, when you, Michael Rourke, told us that they were not alive? So clearly you don't know what's going on in your investigation. But their behavior, to me, tells me that it was a psyop, that it's not real, that there was no sacrifice, that no one died because of that behavior. Where is the Ruseks? Why are the Watts not, and the Ruseks not demanding answers as to why their grandbabies and their daughter are no longer on this earth, like the women were doing for their husbands on 9/11?
Exactly. And if it was as bleak as it is with Nicole Kessinger, I would be demanding that she be properly investigated, because
And
she
instead,
ran the
exactly,
show.
they're trying to convince us that Nicole Kessinger is not involved. They have, the law enforcement did an amazing job. They did everything they needed to do. But then why are there so many unanswered questions when everything should be an open and shut case with all the information that was released? Why are the Ruseks trying so hard to convince us that there's no conspiracy or that there's no cover up, when they should be staying
Megan,
as
while
far
you're
away
here,
from social
can
media
I
as
ask
possible?
you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Go
interrupt,
ahead.
but can I ask
No,
you
you're fine.
what your thoughts are on not being able to find anything about Nicole Kessinger prior to this? I mean, nothing substantial.
So with Nicole Kessinger, the only thing that I can explain to that, I don't know how they can just disappear. But in my opinion, it's likely that a lot of the people, like the common character, your main characters, are probably not even their real names, because, and that's one of the biggest red flags in the Watts case, is because nobody's personal information was protected. You have all these employees. Look up any homicide case or any criminal case that you can, like on that document cloud, and 99% of that discovery is going to be redacted. And so when I see something like that, and that's the same thing that happened with the Las Vegas shooting, nobody's personal information was redacted. It's not
No,
protected. You're
every one
talking
of their
about,
personal phone numbers were let out. Every one
exactly,
of
you're
them.
talking about a quadruple homicide case. It doesn't matter if he's behind bars. And even the fact that Madison's face was not blurred out. Nicholas Atkinson was a minor at the time. He was underage. His face was not blurred out. And if you look on any of those documentaries, like on Discovery ID, you're going to have people, not all the time, but a lot of time, especially minors, though, their faces are going to be blurred out. And when I don't see people being protected and their personal information being protected, to me, that tells me that they're actors. And the thing with the Las Vegas shooting and the Watts case, and why I was able to I didn't know right away, but over time I started to notice those same characteristics as the Las Vegas shooting, because I followed the Las Vegas shooting from day one, and they have all the same characteristics, even though one is a mass shooting and one is a family homicide case.
Yeah.
But the same thing happened with the girlfriend of Stephen Paddock. She
Yep.
was the closest person to him. We're talking about the biggest mass shooting in U.S. history, killing 58 people, or 50, whatever, maybe him. Anyways, some 50 something people. And this woman You could not find any background information, hardly. It was very cherry picked. We knew that she worked at a casino in Australia. She had a couple of photos on her Facebook. That's about it, surprisingly. And it was just of a couple of her friends and a couple pictures of her and Stephen Paddock. She was never investigated. She was hardly even questioned. There was a rumor that she even had fingerprints on the guns. I don't know. But either way, you're the closest person to this man who was not charged because conveniently committed suicide. But so that, dead men tell no tales. No trial, how convenient. Just like with Brian Laundrie, how convenient that he ended up dead now that they're done pushing their agenda. But so never investigated, never treated as a suspect, slap on the hand, pretty much it, disappeared off of the face of the earth. Could not find any footprint on her, nothing. And so when I see that happen with Nicole Kessinger, same thing. She was the closest person to Chris Watts, the girlfriend, the mistress, treated like, royalty pretty much. She wasn't investigated at all. Falls off the face of the earth, can finally find any background information on her. Those are the kind of things that I look for. So I don't know like why or how they just, and that's the thing that I noticed as well is if it were real, you would think that Nicole Kessinger would want to come out and tell her side of the story. She would go on Dr. Phil. She would have her lawyer come out and give some sort of statement at least. And I think maybe she had one lawyer come out and give some sort of statement, her defense lawyer. But in real life, in my opinion, she would want to come out. She would write a book. She would go on to these interviews and give her side of the story. So the fact that she just disappears, and especially when law enforcement just treats her like a child and like, oh, it's okay, don't worry about it. We're not going to question you, even though you're the closest person to this man who killed in his entire family. And hey, we're going to meet you in the park, and it's going to be really bad audio with your dad and your dog. Like, to me, that's just not, it's not real life, in my opinion.
No.
Yeah.
But
well, Megan, have you noticed? Oh, go ahead, Brittany. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to chime in and say you would think that a sibling, not a sibling, I'm sorry, an ex-best friend, an ex-boyfriend, a schoolmate would come out, or somebody by now, but it's like maybe if she didn't exist, why would they?
Yes,
if
that's exactly what.
And we saw a couple of fake people come out,
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's exactly the same thing that happened with Mary Lou Danley, Stephen Paddock's girlfriend. Nobody came out and said they knew her. Not an enemy, not an ex-boyfriend, nothing. She literally fell off the face of the earth, just like Nicole Kessinger. So again, that's stuff like that. When I see that, even though two completely different cases, when I start to see those same red flags,
and a lot of people wouldn't want to come forward because they're.
You're cutting out, Amanda.
Oh, I was just waiting. Can you still hear me?
Oh yeah.
We hear you now.
Okay, I just let her finish. I don't want to interrupt.
Who?
Oh no, go ahead.
I thought somebody was talking. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of people that wouldn't want to, come forward because you do get tore apart, regardless of what you say. But I mean, there's always some that are going to want their 15 minutes and maybe get paid for something, So there should be somebody that would come out that's legit and can prove it. But you just see nothing. Like, you can't, I mean, just for example, with, Nicole Kessinger, there's nobody that's ever came out. I mean, the one guy come out and said he was her ex-boyfriend, and people, kind of showed that his pictures were photoshopped, and then he just dropped off. I mean, you're going to always have people like that.
Their 15 minutes of fame.
Anybody legit that I went to school with her, and here's this, and, that can prove it, doesn't come out.
Well, it was the same thing with Adam Lanza and his mom from the Sandy H.O.O.
Sandy Hook.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Adam Lanza and his mom. The entire neighborhood said they never saw him, never talked to him. It was as if they never existed.
Did
Megan,
the
I
Wells
don't-
go
I
on
don't touch
Dr.
that
Phil
case.
today, you guys? Does anybody know if the Wells went on
Huh?
Dr. Phil?
I think it's tomorrow. I think I told you wrong.
Okay,
Is it
tell
tomorrow?
me that out of all this stuff going on in the world, you know, you've got just 30 minutes from me, you've got the two 16-year-olds that killed the teacher, but yet you've got all these orchestrated events. They go right on Dr. Phil. I mean, it doesn't make sense, does it,
I would
guys?
be
I mean,
I would be suspicious of any of these cases that go on Dr. Phil. It's
I
too-
know Megan and me were devastated at first, but
it's you know, they use the mainstream media and they use these like big, you know, programs or television shows to get the narrative out there. Not only that, but it pulls at heartstrings. You have the dad on there, you have the Rusex on there, and she's crying her eyes out, and you know, that's how you really, that's the whole psychological aspect of these events. Is when people are emotional, they don't think logically, and that's how they really pull people in, because it's sad, and the sadder the event, and you know, what's more sad and horrible than killing your wife and dumping your kids into oil tanks? That's pretty horrific. I mean, even when I heard about it on Dr. Phil, I knew that he was lying about something immediately. I just didn't know that it was going to go that far. But I was like, oh my God, that's terrible. Who kills his wife? And of course, it's got to be the picture perfect family that, you know, people can relate to. If it was any other family, like in Joe Schmo's in the, you know, I don't know, projects, it wouldn't draw people in. Do you know what I mean? And it's not like about a race thing or whatever, but like, look how pretty Gabby is. Look how pretty Shanann was. Look how adorable Summer Wells is. Like, you throw in a not so attractive kid or you throw in a not so attractive family, it doesn't pull people in as much. And that's why they pick a lot of these families. Yeah, like the Wells family, they're kind of the parents, but Summer Wells, adorable as hell, right? So it's gonna pull up people's emotions.
Right.
And when you have Dr. Phil, you have Dr. Oz, and you have their experts on, because, you know, who's going to listen to me or you? We're not an expert. But when he has the experts with the body language on, people are going to tend to watch that and go, oh, well, if the experts say that, if Dr. Phil says that, the doctor, or if Dog the Bounty actor is going out and he's going to find Brian Laundrie, then we better glue our eyes to the television and wait for it to happen. Like, it's the world's a stage. It really, really is. I mean, and when I say that,
is the
it
truth.
is.
We're living in a Netflix
I have a question,
documentary.
Megan.
Mhm.
In these theories of, you know, I'm not going to say the word because you said it triggers, but like, say Shanann, you know, that was almost perfect family, and me and Allison were talking about this. Like with the Summer Wells case, like, are they always everybody in on it? Like, say, for example, are Summer Wells' parents really in on this? Like,
yeah,
if it was fake, is everybody in on it? Or is it just
not
some
everybody
people
has
are?
to be on it? And that's a great question. And that's what a lot of people think. A lot of people think that oh, in order to pull something like this off, like the Watts case or even like 9/11, that everybody has to be on it. They really don't. Like, the less people that know about it, the better. And it's just pretty much your main characters, and and depending on the event, like, whether it be a false flag or a psyop, you're going to have different types of victims. You're going to have the like knowing and willing. You're going to have the knowing unwilling. You're going to have ones like Cece and Bella, who are obviously have no part of it. They're just children.
Right.
So, but like your main characters, like Shanann, yes, I know that people probably don't want to hear that. 100% in on it. Nicole Atkinson on it. Chris Watts, the Thayers, your main FBI agents like Coder and Kobach, and of course Rourke. But
And their families, like both sides, both families.
Yeah,
and Chris, even Chris
Watts,
on that case.
Yeah, of course, Chris. The Watts and the Rusex both in on it 100%. They know what's going on. And if you look at their involvement on social media, it's not. And people, yes, they deal with death differently. They deal with sadness differently. Everybody does. But the fact that they contradict themselves so many times and they say, "Oh, well, we're being harassed," we're being sent death threats, even though I've never heard of a victim's family being sent death threats. And not only that, but it's also a connection in American Horror Story, which I won't get into the American Horror Story connections, but that's one of the biggest ones.
Oh Lord, I know that one. Yeah.
But it's like to the T, literally a character in American Horror Story says the exact same thing. What are the odds? But when they contradict themselves and say they're being harassed, death threats, and we try to stay off social media, but we keep, people keep sending us stuff. So what do? They turn around and they literally insert themselves into social media. And not only that, for the true crime community, where that's all we do is talk about the deaths of the victims. And
Right.
I have a
it's
question.
just
I'm sorry. Megan's going to be like, I'm never doing panel with you again, Brittany.
No, I know. I have so much to talk about, so I'm probably all over the place, but it's just I'm just very passionate about it.
I'm like a balloon that's about to burst because I've held in so many questions to ask you. It's hard to ask you questions when you're in the chat. What do you think? So I theorized after everything that's happened with Watts Island, as they say, I think that there are certain YouTubers put in positions, like maybe they're paying regular everyday people to pump out.
100%. There's definitely plans, and I've brought it. I try not to bring up like other creators by name. I just don't want that drama. It's not important because when you call him out, like there's one specifically that we know he's from a different country. I think we all know who I'm talking about. He's definitely 100%, in my opinion, controlled opposition. He's there to put out some factual information with a whole lot of disinformation to steer people in the opposite direction of the truth. And not only that, but to keep them interested in the case. And if you'll notice too, that a couple months will go by, and right when the case starts to die down, this new information, this bombshell information or breaking news on the case will come out. And it's just to keep people interested. There's another one that I mentioned recently that's had that JLR person, the professional troll on her channel. I also think she is a plant. And you'll notice that the ones that get like the news, like not the news interviews, but the interviews with like the family members, like Lauren Arnold or Cindy Watts, they always seem to get this information, like the pictures that were released of Chris and Nicole Kessinger at the sand dunes that we never got, that should have been released with the original Discovery, that many other people requested from Will County. They just happened to somehow get it, and nobody else seems to get it. That's the kind of channels that I would look out for. And not only that, but the ones that are, when you're asking relevant questions or you're disagreeing with their theories and they're blocking you or they're muting you, then you have your answer, in my opinion.
Well, can I ask you something? And that's kind of what I was going into with, do you think everybody is involved or not? Did you see the fiasco on MGL's channel recently with the Wells case?
Yes, and I did mention her in my last stream, the fact that she was actually there protesting, and she just happens to be where, I guess, Brian Laundrie's body was found. If you're asking if I think that she's part of it, yes, I do.
Well, yeah, because of, I guess more of what my question is.
I'm sorry, the Wells I didn't see. I didn't see the fiasco with that, no.
Oh, Lord. Well, you need to go watch it because that's what I'm asking. Like, I'm asking, like, do you think they're actually actors at my point, because it was a disaster, and I don't know if it was a planned disaster, but it was.
Do you want to fill me in on it, like in a nutshell, or?
Well, she started out, and I can't remember exactly. I know for sure she called him and kind of, she called Don Wells and kind of pranked him and said, this is MGL News. So from what I know of it, he thought she was a news source. Well, at some point he called her back and she was actually live and said, was shirtless, said all kinds of stuff on camera. His wife was in the background. She didn't want him talking to YouTubers. We all know the whole voices behind the wall fiasco with them. And so she didn't want him on there, and she was mad. And I don't know, people were saying that she was drunk. I don't know. And, he said a lot of information in that live about, Summer and everything else. And he ended up saying, I gotta go, I gotta go. She won't let me talk. And then he was still on though and didn't realize it, allegedly. And she said something about him punching her in the throat, which you couldn't hear that if it happened. And, things would have been different if that really happened. But like, oh, you should tell him you punched me in the throat or whatever. I mean, it was just like a shit show, basically.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if that, I really want to know if they're really in on it and they're just that good of actors. I don't know.
To be honest, I think that they're there to just literally cause confusion. I mean, and the problem is like with the Watts case, I was able to like really be able to tell which ones, like the creator, as far as creators go, which ones were plans and which ones are not. But the problem is you have the ones that left that truly do want justice, that are trying to find answers, that are going through the discovery and really trying to get justice for the victims. Then you have the ones that just want money because they know that these true crime cases bring in views, and they really do. The true crime community is probably not as big as maybe some other communities on YouTube, but that does. It brings in a lot of money. And why do you think that people or the creators are still going over the discovery, still going over the same interviews 3 years later, and still getting 400, 500 people in their chat room? Like, because they know that it brings in views. And so, like I said, you have the ones that really do want justice. You have the ones that are just doing it for money. And then you have the ones that are plants that are really trying to, like the controlled oppositions that are putting out some truthful information, but with a whole lot of disinformation and a whole lot of drama. Like, I always say this, I feel like I'm still new to the true crime community, even though I've been doing it for 3 years, but I really only covered the Watts case, like specifically until like the Wells and Gabby Petito. But to me, it's just a whole lot of drama. Like, and it's like, oh, what's, what's his name? I don't remember his name, but the inmate supposedly that like swapped whatever boxer shorts and Vaseline with, is it David? I don't know, with Christopher Watts.
Yeah, David.
It's like, okay, how? And everyone's like, oh, that's and it's all over like the Daily Mail, and the Daily Mail is not even reputable, but people like they really do love it. They're like, they want to hear that gossip. And I'm like, when did true crime become a gossip community? Because to me, it doesn't seem like anymore it's about getting the truth or justice for the victims. But yeah, there's definitely YouTubers that are there to 100% cause confusion and chaos for sure. And MGL and that other guy that I mentioned, and the one that has JLR on, the J for J, I 100% believe that they are there to steer people in the opposite direction of what's really going on. And not only that, but keep them interested in the case as well.
Oh no, what happened to Amanda? Can you guys hear me?
I hear you.
Allison, you there?
I hear ya. I'm going to see Amanda's back here. Here she is. There we go.
Okay. So that's intriguing to me, because with the names that you just said, there's a lot of similarities and things that I've picked up on. So which makes me wonder, the people they mingle with, is it possible that they are too? Or maybe I don't know. I guess we couldn't go that far. But it does seem like some creators get away with murder versus other creators, because I can tell you with Melissa's situation, she can play a video on her channel for 2 seconds and her video gets shut down, or she'll get a copyright strike.
It's very what's the word I'm looking for? not singled out, but very selective, I guess. Is that the right
Selective,
word?
yes.
On
Mm-hmm.
who can, yeah, so exactly. And even with that other creator, I've noticed the guy that doesn't live here. I don't know. I just don't like calling out other creators. There's really no point. People get upset. People are gonna watch who they want to watch. So I've learned that I tried to debug that person many, many times, and I did. And it doesn't matter, especially when they are, they say everything that people want to hear. They tell people what they want to hear, and they're vindicating for Shanann when they're really not. And to me, I can clearly see through the manipulation, but I know that a lot of people can't. But that's the whole point of manipulation. If everybody knew that they were being manipulated, they wouldn't be being manipulated, I guess, if that makes sense.
Right.
But
Makes perfect sense.
with as many people
Yeah.
that have complained about that channel, who have tried to take that channel down, he's had multiple strikes, and yet he's back up strong. He's got super chats. He's got 3 other blue grid, red, green, purple, black channels, whatever. It's like, why? How is it that someone like myself and Melissa Jade or TCA, we have to worry about everything we say. We have to walk on eggshells, but they can say whatever they want. They can spread disinformation. They can be manipulative. It doesn't matter.
They
But
can
yet they're
stream
still
other
going
videos
strong.
for hours. That's what gets
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. So it definitely is. It's absolutely ridiculous for sure.
Well,
so that's also
there's
another.
actually. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
There's actually a particular creator who I won't name that actually bragged to have worked for YouTube and Apple previously.
Yeah, I remember
And
that.
they have had. Okay, so I've never seen a copyright strike take down. I've never seen somebody take down another person's video in a matter of a day. But this person had one of Melissa's videos shut down in a day, and Melissa complied with the what do you call it? Where you get to share information. I forget. Anyway, Melissa
I'm not
complied
sure.
with the rules in the terms of service of it. Copyright.
Copyright.
No, you know what
Copyright.
it is. Fair use. Fair use.
Fair use.
I hate it. I'm sorry. I draw blanks
No,
so
I couldn't
much.
even think of it either. I'm like, I don't know.
So she complied with fair use 100%, and she made sure she walked on eggshells. And this video was taken down in less than 24 hours, and she lost her appeal. And I've never seen somebody be able to move that fast on YouTube or get YouTube to move that fast. Like
and that's the thing, and that's another red flag, is when these other channels that are doing all the wrong things, and when people are obviously clearly upset with what they're doing, they're not liked, and yet they're still going strong. There's a reason why their channel is still up and other channels are not. Or there's a reason why RV Truth has had his channel taken down multiple times and had to start a new one when other channels are still up and going strong. And that's why another reason why I have to watch everything that I say, and I have to speak in code and sound like a crazy person, pretty much. Like recently I've been more transparent because I just don't give a crap. But because I'm tired, like anybody that new comes into my channel, they're gonna be like, what is this crazy person talking about? Like pew 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 shootings, or I just said it, but pew pew pews and Mandy Book, and they're not gonna have any idea what I'm talking about. So I just was very frustrated. So, but you have those one channels where they're telling that they're vindicating for Shanann, and they're telling their audience what they want to hear, even though they're full of baloney. It's just it's crazy. Even though they're putting out so much disinformation and they're still up, that's another red flag.
Yeah.
Of course, with the muting and the blocking, and when you disagree with their opinions, even though they say I welcome all opinions on my channel, but then their moderators mute you, that should give you your answer right there.
Yeah, for asking basic questions. It's happened to me, definitely. So another thing that bothers me about that is it's such a complete waste of time. And I was telling Allison right before you came up, we're at such a pivotal point You know, my friend Susie lives in Australia, and she told me, yes, baby, I'll make you a new one. She told me yesterday that the government is giving all citizens till the 17th of this month to be vaccinated, and if they're not, they can't go into grocery stores,
That's
basically
crazy.
any public place. Like
Well,
that's where we're
that's
at right
straight
now.
control. That's 100% straight control. It should be not mandatory. It should be whatever you want to put in your body is your choice. I of course don't want to get into that, but too much. But yeah, that's I feel bad for Canada and Australia. For
Yeah,
sure.
and it's like people look at it like, oh, well, that's Australia, that's not us. But do you not realize that that's exactly what they want to do here too? And if they have their way, that's what's coming.
Well, that's what they're doing with the pew 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 events. They're trying to slowly take away our rights from the Constitution, or because that's the thing is a lot of people ask me why orchestrate these events, why go through all that trouble, and again it's multiple agendas. There's always going to be multiple agendas, but a lot of the time the main reason is to either pass laws or take rights away. And the reason for that, why they have to orchestrate it, is because they can't come out and just say, hey, we're going to take your guns away. We don't like the fact that you are able to protect your family, because we outnumber them, right? The government, we do, clearly.
Yeah.
And they don't like that. So they have to trick us into giving up our rights. And so by orchestrating these pew 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 events, people get emotional, they freak out, and that's that whole Hegelian dialectic that I talk about all the time on my channel, is that problem, reaction, solution. So they create the problem, which is the shootings. We then react fear-based, right? And we say, stop all these innocent people from losing their lives. Stop all these innocent people from dying at the hands of these objects, right? And so when people get emotional, again, they don't think, all logic goes out the window. And so we turn, the public, to them for a solution, not realizing that they were the ones who actually created the problem in the first place. So we're essentially like giving up our rights, by saying gun control, when in reality they're actually making it so much worse. Because again, they can't just come out and say,
yes.
we're going to take your guns away from you. We're going to take away your rights. As Americans, they know that would never work with the public, right? The public would never fall for it. And that's why they have to trick us with these tragic events. So whether it be a shooting, whether it be a Capitol riot, whether it be a terrorist attack, whether it be a family or familicide, or whether it be a 22-year-old woman that's murdered by her boyfriend, it doesn't matter. They're all pushing agendas to trick the public into giving up their rights, and that's just one agenda. There's distraction, money,
I want to say a little bit of something about that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
But I mean that whole issue is very important to my state or my even general area, because I'm in the country and we're all about hunting and fishing. And when you say gun control, it's not just a handgun. We're talking about shotguns and everything else. And, they're going to try to take that away. Like, literally, there are still people here that live off the land. And if they don't completely live off of it, a lot of their food source is still hunting and fishing.
Right.
And, and so that gun right is going to be taken away with every gun right. And it's not going to happen in this state. There's no way. I mean, regardless. But it's just so
vague.
Huh?
They make the law so vague. The way that they write the laws out, they make it to
it's going to take that away too. Yeah.
Right. If you don't understand what it's saying, to you it just sounds like, oh, it's just one gun. But if you know about guns, you realize no, they're describing every gun. And that's how
Right,
they
yeah,
do
like I'm
things.
saying here, shotguns and deer hunting, and I mean, all that is still very prevalent here. I realize it's not in, other states, but I mean, that's why, here it's so they're aware of what's going on because that's going to take away that gun right also. Like, you're not even going to be able to hunt
Yeah, and
off the
it's not even
land.
just
And
personal protection, like you said. It's for hunting. It's like a lot of people do live off the land. They are like, off the grid, and that's what they do to feed their families. But and look at
right,
Las Vegas. Las Vegas, they're gonna do baby steps because again, they can't one say that they're gonna take it all away, and two, they can't just take all guns away in one shot. No pun intended.
right,
But
What year
so with
was
Las
Las
Vegas,
Vegas?
it was bump stocks. So they want to take off the bump stocks, and that was Vegas.
Yeah.
But then in like Canada, you have that Nova Scotia shooting that I wanted to cover. I've been wanting to cover for a while. There's a lot of, the guy spent $33,000 to get all this equipment. Go figure. Hint, hint, wink, wink. But that's all it took in Canada was just that one to literally take away all guns. And I don't know what happened in Australia, but they don't have any guns there. So maybe the United States is a little bit harder because there's more gun enthusiasts, but they're going to do it a little bit over time. And it might not be tomorrow, but again, when you take away bump stocks and then they're trying to take away saying that you don't need automatic rifles to protect your family. You don't need that high power of a weapon. So little by little, people are going to wake up, and again, it might not be tomorrow. They're going to wake up one day and they're going to say, where the hell did all my rights go? And it's like, whether it be
right,
guns, whether it be free speech, you name it, going out in public, these concerts that are happening, people are too scared to go out with the virus. People are not even communicating anymore. They're scared to talk to one another. We all avoid one another, and they want us divided because they know that, like I said earlier, we outnumber them. So division is what they're going for, and that's what the race thing, and so on and so forth. It's just it's divide, and they want us all fighting. They don't want us to be one. They don't want us working together.
yeah. And yeah, I mean, that was my whole point was like, when they say guns, they're not just talking about like, a handgun I mean, it's going to be rifles and everything. Rifles, what you use to, game hunt.
All guns.
And,
100%.
yeah. So I have a problem with that because I mean, honestly, I don't even like deer meat, which is prevalent around here, but that's not the point. A lot of people live off of it. They literally do. And
Well,
if you take away that right,
Yeah. I would go ahead. I think you're about to say what I was thinking.
No, go ahead. I was just saying, if they take away that right, you're taking away, people's food source at that point.
Yeah, you're right. And I agree with you. Like, it's a hell of a lot harder to kill and eat with archery or a knife, versus having
because
a
even
gun.
here, I mean, certain counties, you can't gun hunt. All you can do is bow hunt. That's already a thing.
They've done that to a few places here in my state too. You're only allowed to use a bow.
Yeah, and most of the ones here, they have they have seasons within seasons. Like, you can bow hunt for a certain amount of time, and then you can use your, guns. But some of them are just strictly bow hunting, and that, goes down to the gun laws.
Yeah. Well, they try to make it as difficult as possible. Like, my dad just bought a gun a couple weeks ago, and he was telling me, because I'm about to get one, because come on, let's be real, it's bad. Like, we all should be armed to the teeth. But in the state of North Carolina where I live, we have open carry and concealed carry, but you are not allowed to have your gun loaded. So what you're telling me is, if there's somebody running at me and I got my gun on my waist, if I'm complying with state laws, I'm up shit creek without a paddle, because there's no way I'm gonna be able to grab the clip.
Yeah, what are you gonna say? Hold on, let me load
and
my
load
gun
it
first.
Are you
Yeah.
guys allowed to carry a taser?
I don't.
Can you guys
I
have
don't
tasers?
think that's. We
I'm not
can
sure.
hear. I know that, but
Yeah, we
I'm
sell a
pretty
lot of
sure.
tasers.
I don't think that it's. I'm not positive. Now I'm going to have to look it up and find out. But I think if it's concealed weapon law here, it can be loaded. But I know that
Here
if
too,
it's in your
Amanda.
car, huh?
Here too, it can be loaded.
Right, but there's a certain law I know, and I'm not sure if that's without a concealed weapon or, because there's so many stipulations. But if it's in your car, you can have a gun, but it can't be loaded. And I'm not sure if that falls under concealed weapon law at the same time. But, you have to have the bullet separate from the gun, which,
Right?
like you're saying, like how much sense does that make? Like if you got to load it, if somebody walks up on you, you're done.
Yeah. I'm done.
you know?
What
What's
really
the
gets me, they can't get their hands on the gun, but so they're doing the alternative and they're going after our ammo.
Right.
And
Yeah, that has to
Oh,
be
my
the
separate.
ammo. You guys, we have the bait shop and we sell, ammo. We sell anything and everything in our store. Do you guys, I can't, it's been like a year, close to a year, we ordered ammo and we still haven't got it. They said that I think they're like 3 years
Oh, yeah,
out.
yeah.
They're not letting people
was-
order it. It's ridiculous.
It was
My
really, yeah. You couldn't get it around here for a while. It's been a
my
while.
brother worked
You couldn't
for
even
Big
get it.
Rock. So my dad was like, well, you got a discount since you work for Big Rock. Can you get me such and such ammo? And my brother was like, well, I would, but we got a 3-year wait. There's up to a 3-year wait on it because people have ordered it so much
Yep.
that they're booked up to 3
Yeah.
years. I've never heard of that in my life.
Yep.
I've
How
heard
is
of
it
it,
for
but
y'all,
thankfully, yeah. Thankfully, we're loaded here more than I thought we needed to be.
Yeah, so are we, Alexis. Jim,
Thank God.
I'm telling you, we are loaded and ready for them to try to come. They'll have to kill us.
Well, if we lose
Right.
that, if we lose the second, and I know it's cliche, we lose everything else. And if you don't believe me, look at Australia. Because when Christchurch shooting happened and all of them got wiped, I'm telling you, they're done. And that's exactly what will
Well,
happen here.
that's what I was saying. Like, I have heard, just through YouTube, I wasn't even aware of this, but that like Canada can't have guns. They can only have, certain things that blew my mind. It really did. No, they can't have things, but certain things to protect themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yep.
It's insane. Because you should be able to, not go out and use it for anything else, but you should be able to protect your own home, period.
Yeah.
We're gonna
the
be
castle
protecting
wall.
ourselves from our own government, honestly.
Yeah, and
Well, yeah,
and
and the government who's trying to take it away.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing we're talking about. They keep pushing this agenda of mass shootings and everything so they can take our guns away. That's it.
Yep.
That's all they're doing.
Exactly right.
There was a high school shooting a couple years back. I don't know if you, Megan, you might remember it. One of y'all might remember it. And they were interviewing an eyewitness, and he just so happened to be like a preacher, or Lord forgive me if he's not a preacher, but he was a public figure like that if he wasn't a preacher. And around his neck was the square and the compass Freemason symbol. Just as vivid as can be, it was on his necklace. And I said,
Wow.
well, here's your sign. It was one of the shootings in Texas. I can't remember.
Jeez.
The Parkland one.
So what,
one of the,
orchestrated, Brittney?
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Ah,
What were you saying, Megan?
Can I
was just
can I
gonna
say
Parkland.
something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
If Alex is still in chat, and I haven't been watching chat, she may have commented on it, but
She's
she
still
knows
here.
what I'm talking about in our state. She knows what I'm talking about in our state. She's from my state.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean,
she
I
was
know-
just
you know.
here 3 minutes ago, so I'm sure she is.
I'm just
Okay.
one
Well,
state below y'all, and I can speak from personal experience, and I can say that, honest to God, we've got a whatever takes a 30-06 bullets, whatever. I'm not good with a gun, okay? I just know how to shoot it. So
Mhm.
my husband told me to call and get the, I guess I'm saying that right, the 30-06
Yeah,
bullets or whatever.
30-06.
Well, I called every pawn shop, every sports store we had around here, and up to like 3 of our surrounding counties. I think I called up to a hour distance from my house, and the only bullets that I could find were 9mm bullets. The pawn shops here laughed at me, y'all. They said that they don't even carry those anymore. They won't even sell them at the pawn shop. And when I was a kid, I lived in the same town. My grandpa, who had an arsenal, he always went to the pawn shop and bought his ammo. It was either the pawn shop or the bait and tackle store. So, and I don't know, did you hear about it? One of y'all, it was like, what, a year ago? They said that the government was like buying ammo in mass droves. They were buying it up, stockpiling it.
Yeah, I did hear about that. What is it? When Biden first became president too, he's like, "Oh, you can keep your gun, but you have to pay $200." So now they're charging for you to keep your gun when they're probably just going to take them away anyways. So that's
That's
interesting as
insane.
well.
That's insane.
But
I
ladies,
didn't know
I
that.
have not had dinner yet, so I'm going to need to eat something.
Thank
But
Well,
you so
thank
much,
you
Megan.
so
I
much for
really,
coming up.
yeah, I appreciate you having me on, and I would love to do this again sometime for sure.
Yes,
Well,
anytime you
I
get a hold of me.
want to catch you on your live because I caught one day, and I was going to come up on panel with you, and just my luck, something happened. I can't even remember what it was, but something happened, and I wasn't able to stay. But I'm going to be looking for you. If you do another open panel, I'll try to make it.
Yeah, of course.
So,
I would love to have you come on. Any one of you ladies. Please
yeah.
do.
all right.
I've been taking a little streaming break, if you guys know, but I'm definitely gonna do some more panels. I really enjoy it and love hearing you
Yes.
guys what you guys have to say.
There's
So
so many of
definitely.
us that learned a lot from you. You've opened up a lot of people's eyes, Megan.
Well, that's great to hear. That's awesome. That's all I
Yes.
You
want
got
to do.
to
Just get people to think
Go
for
get yourself
themselves.
something to eat.
I
you
will.
got to
Thank
come
you,
on
ladies.
panel with Melissa and I too. So I'm going to hold
I
you to
will.
that.
I will for sure.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Megan.
Bye,
Good
ladies.
night.
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 She is a
She's
doll.
right. She's such a breath of fresh air.
Yes.
Like
And let me tell you, like I said, I didn't believe any of that when I first heard about it. I literally had to go research it all for myself. And I don't believe something just because somebody says something. I need proof. And the proof was shoved in my face every time I looked at it.
Allie replied to you. Southern Lady,
Yeah, I seen that.
I had no idea that you were so well versed in these topics. When I'm on
I
the
didn't
panel,
either.
yeah, she's taught me some stuff tonight.
Yeah, I've been taking notes. Hey,
Shay as
Amanda,
well.
Allie said at Amanda, which part were you asking her about? Amanda wants to know if Alex can come up. I think she was
I
wanting to
was
talk
just
about
asking,
something that happened
she,
in your guys' estate.
yeah, just what we were talking about earlier. If she doesn't want to, it's fine. But just how people sometimes literally live off the land here. And what we're talking about with gun control.
She wishes she could, but she wants to know if you've ever been to Shooter's Roost, Amanda.
Yeah.
That sounds familiar.
I just got a message. And So Natasha, I'm sorry, y'all. I can't hold it in. Natasha evidently just pulled up a screenshot of her account with the donations, and there's over 16,000 in there, and she's showing where it's all there. Okay, where
Oh
is
God.
the money for her attorney's fees that she paid?
She
Remember,
don't have
she
an
said she
attorney,
paid a
Well,
retainer.
In
Well,
all
there's no money.
in all fairness, I do want to say, and I told Allison this today, that when the account was showing close to 20,000, at first I wasn't thinking about it, but she could say that she paid the retainer from that.
Yeah.
I'm going to be fair.
It's at 16,000 and some change.
Yeah, wouldn't
Yeah,
it
but when
show?
she said it was 13, yeah, it was 13 when she said it, and it was close to 20 at that time.
But
And
she said she already paid the retainer. Did she change her story? Because I heard her say she already
well,
paid it.
no. I thought of a couple of excuses she could have said, but one of them was I took out money
Oh.
for the retainer.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to be fair on everything. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, we
Absolutely.
should. I agree.
Yeah.
Definitely. We definitely should, because one of our fallbacks that I get so aggravated with, and it's not even any of you girls are great, but if you notice, and Melissa talked about this, there's a lot of times that someone will speak and she generalizes all of us as a whole. So if one of us says something that is vile, or we throw out something that's wrong, or we're mistaken,
She picks
it
up
doesn't
on
matter
it.
about
Yeah.
anything else that we've said. It's total.
Right.
So we have to be fair.
I tried to look at every explanation she could have for that. And that's the only legit explanation, is that she paid an attorney for having that much money being missing. That's it. I'm going to be fair about it,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I
that's the
don't
all
only.
I can say is if she does have an attorney, it can't be for her own legal issue regarding cyberbullying, because she has no case.
No.
If she does have an attorney, somebody is suing her, and she just literally had all her subs pay for her lawyer with something she did, not no cyberbullying.
No.
Hold on.
She
Let me address this with Alex. What channel is that? I mean, I know it's possible.
What channel?
Absolutely, it's possible.
What are you talking about, Amanda? Am I not seeing something?
Well, look at chat. Alex said, there's a big YouTuber who lives off of the land in West Virginia, mine and Alex's state.
Yeah.
Has solar panels. He runs himself pretty much off, completely self-sustaining. Yes, I know it's possible. Yes.
Our neighbor just got solar panels, and Jim's gonna do it. Jim's gonna get solar panels. He's looking into it.
Oh, I told you, Allison, also, like boat life, like, the houseboat life. That's what I told you the other day. It's like the cheapest life you can have. I mean, because you're running, I mean, even if you're in dock, you're running off their Wi-Fi and their power and this and that. If your boat is paid for, you're set.
Exactly.
You're set. So I can see exactly what Alex is saying, just a different version.
Yeah.
So, I mean, no, I want to see that channel, though, that she's talking about. Not that I don't believe it.
Oh,
you can. Like,
yeah, solar panels our neighbors got. Jim said they were $60,000.
Allison.
Oh, it's not that expensive. I mean, depending on where you live. Are you talking about a house?
Yeah, it's for
Allison?
their house. Yeah, solar panels for to run their house. They just live right next to us.
Oh,
And that's
I
what
don't know
Jim
about
wants to
that, but
do.
yeah, that's all I know about is on a houseboat, which you can.
Yep.
I mean, depending on what kind of houseboat you have, like it's so. I mean, when you say houseboat, I don't know how to explain it to anybody,
Is
but
it like one of those
it's
really
like,
fancy boats?
Y'all,
well, sometimes, yeah. I mean, any of them are, but I mean, there's different levels, of course.
What's going
you
on,
know.
Brittany? Or Brittany, what's going on?
let me just give me a second. Let me make sure I got this right before I send you these screenshots.
Uh-oh. Isn't this disgusting, you guys?
I've got this all mixed up. Listen to this. Y'all in the chat, just hang on a second. I'm gonna go ahead and say it because the one thing I hate about YouTubers, they'll be like, "Oh, check your text message," and they'll leave the chat out and make you feel like you're not important enough to be in on the know, and I don't like that.
I was gonna
So
say, plus if
basically,
you,
Right.
yeah.
y'all know what I'm
But,
talking about. I've always hated that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
But let me say this to Alex. My first houseboat experience, and she'll know what I mean. Even though it was a very small houseboat on that lake, was on Lake Stevens. She'll get it. That's all I gotta say.
Oh, I'm sure she will.
She will. She'll understand Lake Stevens.
Okay, go ahead, Brittany. Let her rip, Tater Chip.
hold on a second. So allegedly, some money is missing from her account.
Is this
and
what
I'm
she's
looking
saying?
Yes. Okay, I'm sending you some screenshots. You can look at them. So one of my friends took some screenshots, and she screenshotted some of the comments underneath the PayPal balance. The PayPal balance is at $13,280.
Well, I just seen
So
14,000 earlier. I thought.
No. Is that what I was saying though? That like she could. It was almost at 20,000. And
I have no idea.
But her excuse could be that she paid a lawyer, a retainer.
Then she ain't gonna show the proof, because her own subs aren't even making her show proof, and she could always fake a retainer, a receipt.
She could, yeah. And it could be that she said, "I paid a retainer." I mean, I don't believe anything she says at this point, but she could say, "Yes, it was at almost 20,000, but I paid the retainer."
Well, she also said she went home last night, and I can guarantee you she went to the casino. But that's in my opinion.
She went on a trip yesterday, but
she's telling her subs that she don't know where the money's at. They're all telling her that she's got to call PayPal and find out why the funds are gone.
Oh my gosh,
That's
she's trying to get more freaking money. She's trying to get more money. She is trying to get more money. Oh, I cannot believe. Don't even get me started on this. And they're going to believe her, you guys. They are going to believe her. Oh, I got to take a deep breath.
Yeah, this is right. They don't know any better. Like, yeah.
I just can't believe it. I can't believe that. I can just look at her face too. She's got that face like she don't know what's going on. And yeah, Southern lady, here we go again. No comment, Tara K. Yeah, scandalous Lulu. It is just unbelievable. And like I said, we have kids out there that won't have a meal for Christmas. People are homeless. It's so sad. It breaks my heart. Did you already send them, Brett? Are you wanting me to read them when I get them? Is she
I'm gonna
here?
post them. I'm gonna
Oh.
post them in the chat. Okay, just 2 seconds.
Oh, you can post stuff like that in the chat.
In no, not this one. In our Bianca chat.
Oh, yeah, okay. And then what do you want me to do with them? Just read them, or do you want me to look at them, or what?
If you want to share them, that's fine. It's up
I
to you.
don't
I'm gonna let you.
remember. I literally had trouble. I can really try. I will
This is
try, but
this is mainly what I want you to do. I want you to look at it and then tell me what you see, so I can guess myself, because it's pictures of her making confused faces with her mods chat, the mod chat, telling her, well, not the mod chat, but her chat, people in her chat saying, oh no, you got to call PayPal, this is not good. Unbelievable.
so Allie will see these two then, right? So she can look at them too and help me decipher, because I'm not
Yes.
okay. I mean, it's just so disgusting, you guys. I cannot believe it. I will never understand it. Never.
I wonder if this was why she was all pity party and crying today and saying she's going to be a better person.
She said that yesterday and the day before, and the day before that, and the day before that. It's been like that for how long now? She plays this stupid game every day.
One of the screenshots says money taken out. Total that has been spent is $3,233.27. Hang on. I'm trying to get them all.
Well, the casino
I'm sorry.
probably got it.
Sorry, y'all. That caught me off guard, and I'm like, what the?
Oh, she got so excited she knocked herself off. I just
And
don't
then there was
get
two.
it. Yep. I just don't get it. I will I don't know how these people can donate money to her like that. And so many others have can't even afford their medicine. You guys, there was remember the other day, Amanda, when I was in the pharmacy picking up Katie's medicine?
Yeah.
This one guy literally couldn't afford his medicine. And I mean, it was ridiculously expensive, like $800. And he said, I'm going to have to skip it this month. And anyways, so I talked to Lindsay, and she's going to try to see if some of the other pharmacists and stuff, and maybe we can help him somehow. She's going to try to get like all his medicines.
Me and you talked about the other day. You know, that
his
one
medicines
medicine
are cheaper too. Yeah, I know it. Heck, my medicine, that one that they just took me off, was $374.
Yeah. And there was a medicine that I needed at one point. Me and you talked about it. But I mean, it was something I really needed. And they sent it through Walmart. They did. Walmart, you would think, would be the cheapest. And I called them, and they said $200. And at that time, I was able to pay it, but who wants to pay that when you can, right? But I was going to do it if that was my only option. And then I called another pharmacy in the neighborhood, and it was $25. $25 for this. I said, "Are you sure? Like, let me go back and double check this. It's the same prescription." He said, "Yeah, $25." So Walmart was charging $175 more for that med. I had no insurance at that time. And so I was, it was the right one. Because I had decided, like, I either need to call the doctor back, or if she thinks this is the right one that I need, I'll pay it for it. Because I could at that time. I couldn't now, but I could at the time. And no. It was the same med that was $175 less.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's
Unbelievable.
crazy.
I mean, yeah, everything's a ripoff.
Oh, it's stupid. Well, the pharmaceutical companies, here's Brittany. The pharmaceutical companies, I mean, look at their emblem.
Oh yeah. Are you talking about the
What?
double snakes going up the pole?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you know that that's also allegedly that is a sign for Cain and Abel, the two bloodlines?
What?
Oh, are you
Yeah.
serious?
Yeah. Well, that's what I've heard from some videos and research.
Probably.
Yeah.
That does not surprise me.
Well, because throughout from the beginning of time, there's been a battle of good versus evil.
Thank
Bad
you,
and
Right,
good.
right,
Southern
right.
lady, for coming in. We appreciate it. Go check on your baby.
What do you think about what I just sent? I just found out I can't show them because there's personal stuff
Well,
on them. That was
I was gonna say my StreamYard wouldn't let me share the other night, and I've actually was trying to bring up that necklace again earlier, and it wouldn't let me. I don't know. I may have to reinstall it again or something.
yeah. Well, it worked out for the better because I didn't. As soon as I got kicked off, I seen she said don't show because there's personal stuff on it,
Yeah.
so we wouldn't be able to. But you see
Oh
why
my
I thought
goodness.
like you see this?
Good
It's
night,
crazy.
Southern lady.
She's
I
saying
hate
somebody.
to interrupt, but good night.
Huh?
Yeah,
What's that?
Southern lady has to go. Just telling
Yeah, I
her good
know.
night.
I just said her. Yep, I said good night to her.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It sounds like she's letting people believe that somebody hacked into her PayPal and took this money.
That's what it looks like to me too.
What?
Ugh.
Yeah, it says, did you sign something allowing your attorney to take any money out? And someone hacked your account. This is ridiculous.
When did they say
Amanda,
that?
it's on her live, I guess. While we're live, she's live.
Recently? Okay, because
Just
I haven't
now.
watched that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad
Okay,
whoever it was that
Natasha.
got these
Okay.
screenshots because she'll delete this probably.
Yeah, and Amanda,
Always going to have an excuse. Always.
Whatever's happening, it's made her pull up her entire account and show everything. It's not what we get to see.
Is it because of our live?
No, I don't think so. No,
Because of what?
We were talking to Megan J while this is going on. Like,
yeah, but we started talking about her the screenshots from. I'm not sure if that was when you were off, Brittney.
No,
but we started talking about the screenshots on social media, and I said to TCA that she may try to make the excuse that it was, why the money is gone is because she paid a retainer to a lawyer.
Well, that's what somebody just said, Amanda, on some of the money. She goes, didn't you use, one of the things says, this is ridiculous. It says, right here,
the
did you
screenshot
not
comes straight
use the
from her live.
PayPal to do donations? Oh, that was the wrong one. Yeah, they're literally, she's saying that somebody hacked into her PayPal and took some money.
Yeah, it can't be because of
that's what they're saying.
What?
Yeah,
Amanda.
She said that.
Yes, they are saying.
Oh my God!
While we're live right now, she's currently live, and it couldn't be because of what we're saying why she's doing this, because those screenshots are from her live, so she's showing this before we even started talking about it. That was why I started talking about it. That's from her live stream right now.
Oh my God.
So from my understanding, while we're over here shooting the shit, she's over there giving some sob story to her subs that her $3,000 are missing from her account.
Well, this Autumn Renee says, I'm lost then, but nervous. They're going to say you're pretending or someone took money out or something by talking about this.
One of the
Is that Autumn
screenshots.
Renee the same mod? I
Yeah.
mean, the Autumn that's a mod?
Yes. And everybody's
Okay.
telling her to call PayPal and turn it in.
Have no faith. No faith in anything she says. Okay.
One of the screenshots, Allison, actually shows where different amounts were deducted. Like at one point it was $56 or $57.
Mm-hmm.
Another time was $200 and something dollars, which makes me think she took the Gabby Petito fund out of it.
Yep. Everybody's
I have
telling
a
her. There's
question.
certain people telling her to delete this stream.
I have a question.
Hold on a
Question.
minute. Tara
Okay.
K wants to know how much is gone. Hold on a minute.
It's
Isn't it 3,000 and something?
3,200.
No, it was more than that. No, she at the time they showed that,
Mm-hmm.
the earpiece just fell out. She had 13 something in there and
Yeah,
almost 20,000 raised.
I know.
No, way
but-
more than 3,000.
Well, I know, but that's what she's saying has been stolen out of here.
She's saying 3,000's unaccounted for.
Yeah.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Can you?
Okay.
I know, right? I'm like, what?
I mean,
Okay.
there's people saying, didn't you use that for your attorney or whatever? And
Yeah, the retainer.
yeah, and then because it says, and remember, you did pay money to your retainer the other day, and then someone's hacked your account, and the look on her face, you guys, we're gonna have to, if she's gonna delete it, we're gonna have to go watch this before. I hope their names, Kim and Crafton, have streamed her live.
Tara K, it says 3,000, but I don't know what to make of it. I let Allison look at him, and she's and
gosh.
Allison draw the same conclusion.
I don't. Allie, I hope Alex Erickson, if you can see these, see what you can see from them, because this has just got me like, I mean, this is the lowest she can go to say this.
This is
after the casino.
Jesus.
She made a point.
My question that I had was, my earpiece keeps falling out. I'm sorry.
You're fine, dear.
Was, if you go back and look at her PayPal, does it show every donation, anonymous or not? Does anybody know?
The one that, like, with the link that you sent me?
The PayPal, her whole PayPal,
yeah.
You know.
Well, it did. I don't know about
does
now,
it show,
but it did.
Because somebody, and I could try to do it, but I'm terrible with numbers. But you could be able to go back and add up, if it shows every donation, what she's received and what's missing.
Okay, wait a second, you guys. You remember that she said on her live today that anybody that wanted their money refunded, she will gladly refund. Do you think people got refunded and now she's trying to tell these guys that it was stolen so more people will donate?
I don't know, because she said, in the same breath of her making that statement, she said not one person has.
No, she said one. She said one.
Oh, she did say one.
Is what she said.
But she's such a liar.
But right, and you don't know, and you do not have to email Natasha to get a refund. You don't. That's just her wanting to know who wants a refund and why.
Yep.
You can go through PayPal. You don't have to go through her.
Don't go through her, because she'll harass you and talk crap about you online.
Right, and I mean, you're just gonna have the. And she said some of them. She said only one person. Let me correct that. I don't want to say that she said only one person wanted a refund, but only one person that emailed her actually went through with the refund. Well, you don't have to go through Natasha to get a refund. You don't. You can just, you can go through PayPal. So, when she says, like, there was several people that reached out and said they wanted a refund, including the woman that said that her husband told her she was a dumbass for donating, and, in her chat, and that they never asked for a refund. Well, they didn't, because they don't have to go through you, Natasha. They can go through PayPal. The only reason she's saying email me is so she can see who's asking. And so she can say, oh, only so many people have asked. That's the only reason.
Something else I noticed I wanted to see if y'all picked up on. I noticed this today. I don't even know how long now, but it's been at least a few days. Have y'all noticed that she stopped calling it her lawyer's fund? She won't even call it what it is. She'll say doing what we're doing is how she'll refer to it. She will not say it's for attorney fees at all.
Oh my gosh.
A lot of people have pointed that out.
Really? See, that lets me know I ain't crazy. And then she says,
well, yeah, I haven't saw the proof of it, but some people say that she's even changed, and I won't believe anything until I see it. That's how I am. I gotta have proof.
right?
But that she's changed the description of the PayPal fund. You know, like when you go in and read it.
I've heard
I don't know what it said before. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not going to say that 100% without knowing it, but
Oh my gosh.
that's what I've heard.
When she first
Just
made
disgusting.
it, I think it was something like Natasha's defense fund or something like that, because people made like a big deal about why are you labeling it defense?
Right.
So, but anyway, something else that this is gonna piss you off, Amanda. Because you're like me with this.
Everything pisses me off about her.
Well, I notice you get outraged about shit like I do, and so do you, Allison. But tonight she said, after she's cried over reading that letter, she looks in the camera and she's like, I just hope that my haters are watching, and I hope you're happy with what you're doing, and I hope you'll think about what you're doing online, because the things that you do and you say online will follow you into your real life, and it can affect your job, and it can even affect your spouse's job, and it can affect your home life, and I just want you to know that.
You know
And
why
I'm
that would
like,
affect it?
'cause
You
she
know,
done
the only
something.
reason that would affect that is if she goes real life.
Exactly.
And I am totally agreeable with Granny's watching that you should be able to have an anonymous, an alt, whatever you want to call it. If you want to talk on YouTube and say how you feel about it, I completely agree with that, because who wants somebody being a dumbass? I mean, because Natasha calls you out online and people go in real life. If she chooses to put her freaking real name on there, that's her problem. That's why everybody can look up everything about her and say that she's a scammer. She is a proven scammer. I don't care what she says, how many times she tries to deny it. She's a proven scammer. Okay?
Amen.
She's still
Absolutely
scamming.
right.
You know,
Yeah.
if she had done something and she was sorry for it in the past and did not display the same behavior, I would have no problem with it. We all do stuff we regret. We do.
Exactly.
You know. But she continues to display the same behavior. And since Gabby, I mean, she was already bad before that happened. But when Gabby happened and she got bigger, she got more followers,
God.
her behavior has got more disgusting. And she is so arrogant about it that,
Yeah, we all knew she was gonna, once she got all those followers and subscribers, we called it that she was gonna do some kind of a fundraiser. We called it.
Yeah. And it really
Right.
pisses me off. It really pisses me off because there are people that don't know what they're going to do. I mean, don't know where
Right.
they're going to be
Don't
in a
know
month
her.
or two.
They're new people. Yes,
Yeah.
that's my whole problem with her, or any other channel, or anybody that talks against her, because these new people come in and they don't know. Most of us, we all have our own story about Natasha and how we became, against her.
Yep.
But they don't know, just like we didn't know back then. And I feel like that's all we're trying to accomplish, is warn them
Exactly.
before they
Listen to this.
get stupid with their money.
Yeah,
You
listen
know?
to this, you guys. This is what breaks my heart here. I'm going through and reading these donations. One person named Ezekiel, I only have $3, but I hope you reach your goal. It is a good cause. Maybe later I'll be able to reach out and donate more. And he donated $1. Then there's people that's donated $1,000, 500, 300. It disgusts me.
And
Right.
if she had
Disgust
a
me.
heart,
And she badmouthed the people that only donated $1. She's
yeah,
like,
she
you
did.
only donate. I mean, you don't know that they only donated to be, you know, involved. You don't know that. They may literally give you your last dollar. I mean, it's sick. Because I'm on a budget income myself, and
Yeah.
sometimes donate stuff, or I don't even say donate, but just put. Allison knows what I'm talking about, but put towards a cause for a certain reason.
Yeah, donate
And
to
still got-
the Harry Foundation, Bring Harry Home. Donate to Adopt a Local Family for Christmas. Donate
Donate to
something
your
other
mod
than
homeless
this.
that you lied about.
Exactly.
It bothered.
Could you
Listen,
imagine?
Right.
she remodded Laura today. Oh God, I said her name.
Who said that? Who showed that? One of the True channels showed her mod that said I'm homeless. I mean, she tried to deny it.
Thank God, because I don't know why. Like any other time, I screenshot, but I've looked all through my phone and I did not screenshot that. But I have told everybody that I talked to personally, I said, listen, she has a mod. I know her name. I read her comments. She said she didn't say she was worrying about sleeping in her car. She said she's currently sleeping in her car. She didn't say it as if she don't know what she's going to do. She's going to have to. She talked like she's in her car tonight, right? Well, you take that. Not only do you unmod her and tell everybody that she's not homeless, but she says she don't know what she's going to do next month or in a couple months or whatever. Then she changes it to there's no mod at all having any trouble. You could tell she was clearly pissed at that mod because she said one of my mods was in the chat and she told way too much of her personal life. Like, really? And then you give $500 to the Gabby Petito Fund. So that's good. But then you get that $200 from karaoke. You still hadn't thought about your mod? Because
hold on. I want to talk about that too. Because
are you addressing LDM none? Amanda, LDM wants you to check your Facebook messages.
Today she claimed that she took that mod's wrench because that mod was blocking people and by mistake or something. And then she said, I gave you your wrench back.
She took her wrench?
She took the mod's wrench when all of that happened. Because I even told Melissa and everybody, I said, the mod's not there. I haven't seen her. The day that she said that her mod went in the chat and talked too much about her personal life, it was the day that she addressed the homeless mod stuff. I didn't see the mod anymore until today. Then she gave the mod their wrench back today, and she told them that she took their wrench because they were accidentally blocking people, which is bullshit. That's a complete lie. And left it at that. So she completely twisted it and lied. But the part that gets me is there were people in that chat who offered to help that girl, Allison. There were so many people that were like, oh, well, if one of your mods needs help, I'll gladly help them. And there was a lot of them.
And she wouldn't allow it?
No. She deflected it and she said, that I don't have a mod that's homeless. And she blocked it. So not only will you not help your mod, but you're gonna block any chance of them getting help from someone else.
Yeah, because then they won't give her money. Now, how sick and disgusting is that, you guys?
what do you think about her going on her live saying that she's got screenshots of some of us uh in a chat talking about, oh, her super chats are slowing down. She won't get all of her fundraiser. And she said that over and over and over to her subs, and she knows damn good and well there's no screenshots of any of us in the chat saying that. She
Yeah,
made
she
that
will never
up.
show
So,
them. Yep. Well, yes,
well,
she
she's
does.
making it up.
It's reverse psychology.
Yeah. And it's so obvious. And she did that for days. Oh, it makes
Yep.
me sick.
It is. It is so disgusting. So disgusting. I will never, like I said, I can't even comprehend. I can't comprehend it. I will
I was
never
hoping
be able to.
so badly that that mod would come into Dorothy's or one of okay, baby, one of your guys' chats, because there's so many people in our community that would have helped her. I know it.
I hope one of these commentary channels rip this apart if it is what we think it is. I hope they rip her apart.
If it's if it's not, I don't know how though, Allison, because why would all of her subs be saying, oh God, you got to contact PayPal?
I know. Or
Right.
somebody,
And then
somebody hacked your PayPal account, question mark. Yeah.
like, what
Well,
are
I
you?
guarantee you somebody recorded the whole video, and I hope one of these commentary channels just rip her apart. I will just say that.
Amanda, are you back? Is it working?
Amanda?
Oh man.
Well, I know she said she was coming back. I wonder if her, hold on.
I'm not into cancel culture. As if anything, I'm against it. But that's one person that I just think the internet would be better without, because I don't think she's going to change.
She will never change. Who was it that was saying, somebody, it might have been Granny's watching, she will never change. And she's done this her whole life. And she don't want to change either. She's got away with it all these years. I mean, this is who she is.
I didn't realize that she's been kicked. She was kicked off of Facebook, and that's why she came to YouTube.
I
She's
didn't
not
know
even
that
allowed.
either.
I didn't either until last night when I heard Holly say it. She's not
Yep.
even allowed to have a Facebook profile. Why do you think she lost her Facebook?
Well, it's
Either
because she was, they said she was, being mean and stuff, and too many scammers or too much scamming going on.
wow.
Yep.
See, I didn't know that,
well,
but I figured
I
bullying
mean,
and scamming.
because I can honestly say that I know for a fact people can change. If they truly want to change, they can. And you would have thought in the scamming that she did with the young girl with the income tax, or her daughter or her sister, she would have she would have stopped. LDM, none. No, you're not being ignored. I told her to check her messages, and then her Bluetooth's all screwed up. So she's going to try to get back on, and I messaged her too. So nope, I see you. I told her earlier when you first come on that to have her check your messages.
Amanda's awesome. She won't ignore you. She always tries to address everybody.
Well, I LDM none. She maybe thought that somebody silenced her because were you the other here when I silenced publisher asshat lady? I
Did you?
silenced her for 300 seconds and deleted every one of her comments and didn't even know it because I was messing with my mouse. And it's so easy to click that button. Oh my gosh, it was so funny. Thank God she was nice about it. She was laughing with us, but oh my gosh, it was, so I will not use my mouse anymore because it's so easy to, someone or, whatever.
Well, I'm so ready for Christmas. I think that I have my brothers and my dad talked into getting me the not iPad, but the laptop I want. Because I'm working off my phone now, which I have a really good phone, but modding with my phone, if I, get sidetracked with the kids and I have to I hold my phone to my side or something and I'm on your chat, I have accidentally blocked people before.
Oh, I have too. I blocked Angela Ferris and somebody else and I didn't even know it. Brittney, before you start again, I want to tell Amanda, Amanda, LDM none wants you to check your Facebook messages.
Oh yeah, I did because I got kicked. That's how I got kicked off because I checked them. And
you got kicked
I'm not
off
sure
because you checked them.
I'm not sure who messaged me. My Bluetooth is still not connected. That's why I went off again. But if you message me, whoever it is, if you message me on Facebook, and I also knows this, a lot of times I turn my notifications off for Messenger.
I do too.
Yeah, because it goes nonstop.
Ding 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 ding.
Yes. So I turn it off and I don't even look at it unless I'm wondering about something. But whoever it is, if it's super important, they have my actual phone number. So text me. That's all I'm gonna say.
You know who LDM none is?
No,
Allison,
I
the
don't.
people of social media got all of it on video.
Got
Oh my
what?
gosh.
Tonight, the Natasha claiming she lost the funds.
What? Are you talking about the from 14,000 to 20,000?
Hold on a second. So evidently this just happened while we've been live.
Yeah, that's what I'm
All
saying.
of those screens. I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's saying that her total that she has is 17,000 and that 3,000 has been taken out so far.
But she didn't do it.
But she didn't take
Is
that
she
out.
saying I don't know. That's what I said to you, TCA. There is a percentage that's going to be taken out of by PayPal. But I know at the time that that screenshot was taken, it wasn't 13,000 to almost 20,000 that PayPal was taken. And then I said she might say it's for the retainer for her lawyer. It's going to be her excuse. I don't know what she said tonight live. I don't know.
Well, all I know is $3,000 is missing out of that account that she didn't take, she says. And now they thinking somebody's hacked into the account.
Oh my God.
And stole that money. So get
always
this.
The hack.
Where did she go yesterday that she claimed she didn't even stay because she was just sick over everything? She went on a trip. Where do you guys think she went?
Oh, she allegedly went to Tallahassee for the lawyer.
But she didn't. Because her lawyer's not in Tallahassee. Gosh, I just cannot. Amanda, can you check your text message real quick?
Text?
Yes.
If I do, it's going to kick me off. I can.
Well, that's okay.
But I'll come back in.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Mark. Well, it didn't kick her off. Are you here, Britt?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm literally looking.
Okay,
I
so from
can,
the beginning, it was
oh
at
boy.
$19,700, and now it's
Wow.
down to 13,000.
But then she told someone that she paid her retainer fee for her lawyer, which honestly, I don't think she has a lawyer,
I don't
in
either.
my opinion. I really don't. It's all a freaking fraud, and they're giving her money for her not to have to do a damn thing.
Oh my God. They said she's huffing and puffing. Like, you know how she puffs a lot
Mm-hmm.
when she's about to cry? And she said
Mm-hmm.
she's just contemplating refunding everybody the money.
Yeah, she's lying. Oh, she's just literally, you guys, she is playing this. It just makes me sick. She is playing this, and people are going to fall for it.
Wow.
People are going to fall for it. How sad is that? I just don't get it. Hey, Tara K, where's Cheryl at tonight? She's still not feeling good? I know she said she wasn't feeling good. I don't even know who's all in here anymore.
Oh, so then she tells her chat, I'm not discussing the retainer.
Because there was no retainer. Oh my gosh. You
I
guys,
guess
this
they were
gets my,
asking her how much the retainer was,
yeah, I'm
and she
telling
said,
you,
I'm not
this is,
discussing the retainer.
this is, my blood's boiling. This, I
When
really
has
do believe, is going to be her downfall. She is going to get, this is when people's going to finally realize what she's done.
Well, I was asking today, when have
Amanda,
you ever known a fundraiser for somebody to not have to be transparent about the funds?
yeah. Brittney, tell Amanda what she just told her chat.
So I guess the chat was asking her because they said, Amanda, they said she's huffing and puffing. You know how she huffs and puffs when she's about to cry?
Mm-hmm.
She's huffing and puffing, and she said, I don't know. I'm contemplating just refunding all the money to everybody. And then
Oh, please do. Please do.
her her chat says something like, I guess the chat asked her, well, what was the retainer fee? And she said, I won't be discussing the retainer. I'm not discussing that.
Ugh,
Hey guys,
I'm done
I'll
with
be
her.
right back. Keep talking. I'll be right
Okay.
back.
Okay. So
Okay.
I've got to check that live out. They said it's long as hell, but I'm gonna have to go back and watch it.
2 times speed. That's how I
What she
live life.
dirty deletes a lot lately though.
Oh
You
yeah.
notice that?
Yeah. But I wanted to say, like Allison said, check your Facebook and everything, and I know what she's saying. Um, I think the person that she's talking about, because like I said, I put my Facebook you or Facebook Messenger on mute a lot because you get so many messages, and I think to the person, I think you have my real number, so just text me. That's all I want to say, because that's why I went in and out to check what Allison said. So just text me, um, and that's about it. But no, I don't know what's going on with Natasha's live, like while we've been live. But if she's saying that kind of garbage, I don't even know what to do with her, Brittany.
Sorry about that. Oh my God. Amanda, you were talking and I threw myself off, and I've been backstage watching you, and I'm like, oh my God, I just left her. So
Oh, it's
awkward.
fine. I can't even figure out what's going on since my Bluetooth went out too. Like we've had so many difficulties. But let me try to look at the chat.
Okay. Yeah, so that's allegedly what she's saying, but I tell you what, I think Allison's right. Right now, they're saying that the chat's being willfully ignorant and making excuses for her, but that can't be everybody that's donated that feels that way. It's probably her mods that are talking it down. Because I know
Can you
if
hear
that
my
was my,
dogs barking? Like I'm so.
yeah, it's not bad though.
Okay, okay. I got in where you couldn't be able to hear it. But what were you saying?
They said that her mods are, or not her mods, but her chat is being willfully ignorant and are
As
trying to like make
always.
excuses for her. And well, it's just like today. Did you see where she was um berating them and talking down to them for going to all of our
Yeah,
everybody's
yeah,
lives or whatever?
yeah. Because it's
So
not because she cares about that. It's because they might hear truth that sinks in if they go
exactly.
to other channels. Yeah, I did hear that one. And
And then
we're at, well, we'll worry about Allison when she comes back. But that live that happened right before TCA became live,
mhm.
what on Alicia's channel, I wanted to
Oh
address
God.
that.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who in chat saw that, but
I was
that
there.
needed to happen. And
Yeah.
I know that Allison told you I might not be able to come up because I was sick.
Yeah.
And I was trying to save my voice for her live because I wanted to click Alicia's link and go up there because I was so mad. I have so many questions and so mad at case discussion and she was the topic of that live and all her lies and everything she does. But I was like, oh, I can't go up. I can't go up. I don't even know if I'm going to go up for Allison's live. So I'm saving my voice because I mean I had like a really sore throat and temperature today. And I really wanted to go live with you guys. So I'm just saving it. I'm not going on panel, just till Allison goes live. But I
Yeah.
had so many questions and remarks for her that it was so hard to not go up there because she straight up lied and
Yes, you
deflected
did.
and did not read chat. I mean, she read it. She probably read it, but she wasn't addressing it. And I was so mad at her. I mean,
I
more
know
than
you were
normal.
asking some good questions. I seen the questions you were asking her.
Yeah, and the first one, and I'm sorry to say, I'm sorry that I said, because I actually said, your, because one thing that bothers me a lot about her is, when I was a mod on TT's channel, regrets, off subject, but regrets. Um, and TCA was on panel when this happened, and she was the one that said, to TT, because TT said something about how she talks. Most of us know the story. And TCA said, I think she's had a stroke. Well, it was dropped from there, how she
Yeah.
spoke.
Yep.
How she spoke. It was dropped. Did
I
we
remember
discuss
that.
her behavior beyond that? Yeah. That absolutely still needs to be discussed. How she acts all the time. That had nothing to do with her
Absolutely.
speech. And she still ran with it. Oh my God. They knew I had a stroke. They knew. They knew. And they still made fun of me. No, that's not what happened. That is
No.
not what happened. Once TCA said I heard she had a stroke. TC said or TT said I'm sorry. And we're not going to address that part. But we did continue to address her behavior as I would to this day. because it's despicable what she does and says. And anyway, so I tried to ask her that, but my problem was in chat. I said your alleged stroke, right? So she took alleged and ran with it when she came on panel. That's all she wanted to talk about was her stroke and how it was real, and I still tried to ask her in chat. Can you just address the rest of my question?
Amanda, hold that just for a second. Keep it where you are. Don't forget it.
Okay, I'll try.
There's a little there. I'm so sorry. There's
No,
a
it's fine.
literal mess.
A literal what?
Did she fall off,
Who?
Brittney?
Brittney?
Yeah.
She might have. Yeah, because
Well, no,
I
she's
can-
not it, but maybe she's got herself. I don't know. Maybe she don't got herself on mute.
I'm here.
I
Can
didn't
y'all
even
hear
know
me?
you were back up here.
I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you asking?
No, that freaking message that I just seen in it. Who is L Bell? Who's that?
In our
I
chat?
don't know. No. In
The
what chat?
person the person said, if it is gone or missing, can we replace it or make a new fundraiser?
Oh my gosh.
What? In Natasha's chat?
I guess so, yeah. Hold on, let me look and make
Oh.
sure. Allison, yeah, that's in ours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. This come from Natasha's chat.
Yeah.
Wow. Now
And
I'm looking at this. Wait a second. I'm looking at this one you sent earlier.
mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, this is freaking crazy. I got to go through these better.
Don't
But
forget the
this-
case discussion stuff. Oh shit. We
Yeah.
lost her.
Oh
Because
shoot,
that's
I'll have to
important too.
Well, yeah, because that's I even said something because I was upset about that because in TT's defense, she didn't, she was just saying she didn't, couldn't stand her the way she talked, whatever. And I said, I've heard she's had a stroke. So she was like, oh, I didn't know that. We never ever said, she never said another word about that.
Oh,
in
I was
TT's
there
defense.
that night. I know.
And then that whole freaking week, 2 weeks after that freaking case discussion, kept saying we were mocking her for having a stroke. And that was a damn lie. And
Yeah,
I
it
put that
was.
right in the chat and she would not even acknowledge it.
I know.
That woman there's just as much of a snake as Natasha Cooper. She is a low-life piece of shit.
I actually would argue that she's a little worse than that because at least Natasha owns it, in a way that she's a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Case tries to play victim. Like you notice every question that Alicia asked her tonight or anybody in the chat would accuse her of anything she done. She would say, well, I wasn't there. I don't know. Or I didn't see that. Or that wasn't me. I don't remember saying that. She don't own anything. Like I seen Red Kim telling her she had physical proof.
Yep.
And every time somebody would say, like Kim said, do I need to show the proof? She say, I need to go see if I got my ice pack or it's time for me to take my medicine. And I felt like that was like low-key attempts to make us feel sorry for her.
Oh my gosh, yeah, oh wow.
But between that and what's going on with Natasha, like from the way it looks, from what we're seeing, it looks like she has taken some money. She's sad fishing to her chat and guilt tripping her chat. It looks like she's guilt tripping them into feeling sorry for her when there's like thousands of dollars missing.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. Okay.
I'm just okay. There's Amanda.
I feel
There
so bad
she
because
is.
I cut Amanda off when she was explaining the case stuff. So I'm gonna shut my mouth now and let her talk.
Go for it,
Oh no,
Megan.
I'm not even sure where I was at.
You were talking about how you when Allison was on panel with TT and Case started accusing all of the chat and Allison
Yeah,
and all of them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because she said that TT started making fun of her speech, which admittedly I did too, because I didn't know she had a problem. But when TT brought it up, Allison was on panel and said, I have heard that she's had a stroke. So anybody with any, I mean, I'm speaking for myself, but, you know, being there, stop talking about her speech elements, right? At that point. But there's so much more, just like with Natasha, that there's to talk about other than that. And so, yes, we did probably continue, and I will till this day, because she has horrible behavior. Horrible. Bring her, you know, talk about her, bring her down, whatever. Has nothing to do with her speech. No, there's so much more to attack with her. And that was the whole point tonight, you know, on Alicia's live, that you have so much to confront with her that she won't acknowledge. She won't. She won't acknowledge it. And she even said, I've apologized for everything I've done. And no, she has not, because she continued to say that once all of us, I'm lumping all of us together, TCA, whoever was mod and involved with TT at that time, that we continued to make fun of her. That is not true. Nope, nope. Girl, you got so much more to talk about other than that. We don't need, you know, it's just like Natasha. Like, you don't have to go after her looks, because there's so much more you can go after. With Case, she's a despicable, horrible, disgusting person. Period.
Mm-hmm.
She is. The things that comes out of her mouth is so vile. And, you know, she could even say that, but she sits there and says, I'm a Christian woman. My husband is a youth pastor. Or I don't even want to say pastor, because I don't know the right word. But with no doubt, her father-in-law is a pastor of a church. And my question to her is, did they see your YouTube live? And if they see it, and if they're okay with it, do they see Case's YouTube life? And if they do, and they're okay with it, then no wonder people don't put much faith in religion. Really. I don't think they know it. I don't.
No way. Mm-mm. No, because the thing she said about Melissa made me want to vomit. It was
right.
It was worse than some of the things Natasha said.
Well, even if I don't even know if it was worse, but even if it was the same thing, like, I want to hear you go to church and say those same things about somebody. And if you don't, then don't bring church up on YouTube. That's my problem. Don't act like you're so freaking thankful and holier than thou, and then say, I mean, she's literally said, I'm doing this live before church. I mean, she has. And then said that kind of language. And she's not Catholic. And I don't have anything about anything against Catholics. But Catholics literally, I mean, from my experience, and I have them in my family, they do what they want to, and then they ask for forgiveness.
Yeah.
One day a week. They do.
Yeah.
Not that excuses it, but still, she's not Catholic.
No, I think she's Baptist.
I don't know what she is, but whatever it is, you can't just go say what you want to all week and then ask for forgiveness. And that's why I know that her family, her kids, her husband, I mean, if you want to say anything outside of that, they don't watch her. And her father-in-law, pastor, does not watch her and be okay with what she does.
No. There ain't no way. No way at all.
No. And I mean, outside of even what she says and does, the things that she's done against Alicia, against Natasha, I mean, you get mad at Natasha. I mean, she came up on TT's panel, and that's, our whole thing. It's because literally you were up there on panel, TCA, when TT said, huh?
I said, there's Brittney.
It kicked me to some
okay.
Bollywood site.
Oh, she's back. Okay. All right, but
Thank you,
TCA
Lulu.
was the only one up on panel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, TCA was literally the one on panel when
that was me.
TT, yes, that's what I said. When TT said what she said about, about if anything, you defended her. You said, well, I heard she had a stroke.
Yeah.
Right.
That's exactly what I was doing.
Right. And she ran with that whole narrative that they made me. That's what I was trying to ask her about tonight in Alicia's live. Can you please just acknowledge, because nobody
She wouldn't acknowledge either one of us, because I tried to.
No, nobody made fun of her. Like, once we learned that that's what her problem was, because when I said allegedly in big letters that you had a stroke, because there is a video. I mean, Alicia's right. Everybody's right. Proven that she never acknowledged she had a stroke. But regardless if she did or not, I don't even care. That's what I'm saying. That nobody made fun of her stroke once we learned she actually had one. And she ran with that whole narrative for a long time. And that's what I wanted her to acknowledge tonight. Like, once we learned, no, we called you out on your bad behavior after that. Granted, I still will till she stops, to this day. But it was not about how she spoke. That was the whole thing, and she would not acknowledge that. Not at all. And even I saw her actually say on Natasha's panel, kind of disagreeing with, TT coming in or whatever. And she's she's wrong against anybody saying that, because once Allison said, I heard she had a stroke, nobody made fun of her for that. At all, for the way she spoke.
Nope.
Did we call her out on her bad behavior?
Yeah.
Or anything else she said beyond that? Yes, we did, because she deserves it.
We had all rights to do that.
Yes. Anything you do, that has nothing to do with you having a stroke. If you're just a dumbass and out, calling people out and saying, even when she called out Melissa and she said, I apologize, I don't care about all that.
She's talked about Melissa since then, though. That's the problem. And I said it in chat.
Right. I wasn't watching it all because I was still cooking. Like, before I come up on panel, I would say, so I would make a remark, but I couldn't see responses,
Yeah.
But she did. I do remember her apologizing at some point to Melissa, and she
when
said,
her and Natasha
but
had,
tonight. Go ahead.
When her and Natasha split up, that's all I was going to say. Is when she apologized.
Oh, was it? I don't even remember.
Yeah.
So when her Natasha split up because of TT's panel that she came on. It's also the same time that she called Gabby's lawyers.
Oh, I want to ask you about that. People saying there's proof. There's proof of that she done that.
Alicia has the proof.
Why she won't come out with it? Oh my God.
She did. She did. I was so
Oh.
frustrated because that's what I'm saying. I had decided I was sick today. I wanted to save my voice for TCA's panel. But right before TCA came on is when all this shit was blown up. And I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to go on her live or not. And so I tried not to because I was definitely in the comments asking Kate questions that she was ignoring, you know, because you can, because the chat. Like, oh, I didn't see that, you know? No, I I did ask it in chat. And we know from Alicia's proof, she showed that Case did that. But she tried to turn it around and go like, oh, I had a question about another case. I have never heard this till tonight. This is literally what she said.
Wow.
I had a question about another case, and I didn't know that I was asking Gabby's family's lawyer about it. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Nah, that's what she said. That's her excuse. Is that what she's feeding Natasha? And Natasha knows better. Natasha knows what's up with Case. Period. She's like, she's holding it. And she's going to just release on her. I've told her in comments. I told her tonight. I've told her. Her ass, I mean, I don't care how much she sucks up or whatever she does. She's going to get fucking kicked in the ass.
She is.
Sorry, TCA for my language.
She absolutely is.
I mean,
and
Natasha is just saving it.
Yeah,
she knows what she did.
Voices, just like she did Voices.
Right.
Before listen, I know what. Well, she didn't care too much for Voices anyway, but I think what did it for her, and the reason she had to get rid of Voices is because about 2 weeks up until she booted Voices, all the new subs that don't know Voices like we do started liking her a lot.
Right.
And when Natasha would open panel, they would request that Voices go up. And I don't think Natasha was having that at all.
Oh, right now she's not happy about them asking about Lynn. Me and TCA have talked about this. Because they're coming in going, where's Lynn? Where's Lynn? The new subs, you know, from like the true crime or whatever.
Oh,
all they know is Lynn and Natasha. So when Lynn is not there, they're going, where's Lynn? I mean, they don't understand that Lynn's not there all the time. I get that. You know what I'm saying? But Natasha is getting mad because they're saying, where's Lynn? And she said, oh my God, me and Lynn, like Lynn has her own channel and she's not always here. And she got mad because they asked about it. And she's like, recently. And she's like, she's not always going to be here. She only came on my channel as a guest host. I mean, the whole thing. She really did. I mean, like, why would she do that? Like, just be like, she's not here, you know?
Because she wants to be the center of attention. And I've seen this all too well. The night that Scarlett and Siren was on panel, and it was that day Natasha Sadfish like the whole day. She come into the chat, and Scarlett, Siren, and Doug were on Scarlett's panel, and they told her, they were like, "Oh, hey, Natasha, we know you've had a really rough day, and we think that maybe you should take a break. Like, you need to get some rest. We're worried about your well-being." Natasha said, I don't think y'all don't know what it's like to go through it until you've been through it. And I don't think it's fair that I got to leave. Why should I be the one to have to take a break? And I told everybody in the mod chat, I said, I give it 5 minutes. She's going to go live and she's going to have a fit because one, they asked her to take a break. And two, after that, they went on to having a conversation about something random and left Natasha to talk in the chat. Well, Natasha lingered in the chat for a few more minutes and she kept saying things to try to bait them to talk to her, like, oh, I'm just so miserable. I can't take this no more. And finally, Natasha was like, I mean it this time. I'm done. And the next thing you know, well, lo and behold, Natasha's live and she's crying and she's talking about how people in her inner circle just keep doing her wrong. And guess what? Siren comes on panel. She claims she got a text message from somebody who told her Siren was talking crap about her in Scarlett's chat. You know that didn't happen. That did not happen.
Right. And that's why, you know, like, I cannot stand watching Case or Scarlett. But I promise you, if I'm going to try to expose somebody, I'm going to do my research. You know, and my research at this point is the side chat, you know, Scarlett and Case. Yeah. I mean, you just have to. And, I mean, so, like, when she comes on and says something like that, you know, like you're saying right now, like, where it came from. Wasn't somebody sent me a screenshot, you know, or what she claims. And I have no doubt Dorothy exposed her for her, I don't know if you saw it or not, but she's so dumb when she shows her screen. Just like the whole PayPal thing. That's how that came across.
All of her YouTube
she's trying to prove it.
Hannah's name. She's got like 4 YouTube channels in Hannah's name.
Well, I can't prove that, so I'm not going to say it, but I would love to know it and be able to find it out.
I saw it. She pulled her screen up and she was playing YouTube videos. And there was 2 things I noticed. One was, okay, you had the recline channel on the side and you had the true crime channel. And then below that, there was 4 other channels and they were all in Hannah's name and none of them had subscribers. So those are her backups.
I mean, I completely, I believe that happens, but I want the proof, period. You know.
I got proof of it if you're serious.
Oh, no, I believe you. That's fine. You know, because if you pull it up, it's not going to show other channels.
Right.
You know, like what you're saying, it's not going to show the name of other channels. But Dorothy showed one night something that she pulled up, and everything in her search bar was other channels that talk about her. And she says, I don't go to those channels. Why would you be searching for those channels if you don't go to them?
Why was Amanda Zananda your first and then Truth Teller your second? It was like all of her enemies were her top last.
Everybody that, I mean, it was nothing, not any support channels. It was all haters that was in that search. So if you're saying you don't go to them and you only get screenshots, then why are they in your search bar?
Exactly.
Right. And I mean, I can't with her. Even Case tried to say, like, I don't watch anything. I'm tired of hearing that. Like, I'm literally tired of hearing that because I would admit to myself, I watch Natasha. I don't like her. But if I'm going to research something, I'm researching it. And you have to watch them to research it.
Exactly.
I'm not going to say, I don't watch her.
How else would we know how she works her devilment, right? I mean, but to me, this is the part that gets me too with like her followers and stuff. People like Kate, they know she don't like them. And I think the only reason that Kate's discussions went back to her was because of subscribers. because
Right.
ever since Kate
I do too.
has went back to Natasha, have y'all noticed when she goes on panel, she makes sure she brings up her channel, and
Yeah.
she knows Natasha's
Yeah.
not having her throw a link out, so she'll ask, can she put her email out there?
Yeah.
she'll
And
make sure
every
she-
once in a while, Natasha will be like, can you drop their link? Every once in a while.
Every
know.
once in a while.
And Kate also made such a big deal when she came on TT's panel, and her and Natasha had their falling out. Oh my God, I've lost this many subscribers.
Mhm.
Because, and she did. I'm not saying she's lying. Because if Natasha says, I don't like them, they'll go, unsubscribe, whatever. I have no doubt that she did. So I think she realized in that point, hey, I've got to make back up with her.
Yeah,
You,
but
I mean,
and Scarlett,
but
she's about as insignificant as they come. Like, what are you doing,
Yes.
Scarlett? She keeps saying people's
Yes.
calling her in the middle of the night and people's going at her, but never once is there proof of that. And nobody even addresses her ever.
Scarlett's the first person that will tell you, I'm not showing you receipts.
See?
Why wouldn't you if you have them?
Mm-hmm.
But she proudly announces, I'm not showing you receipts.
Well,
I can never take a woman seriously that took her first name. Oh, she says it's my authoring name. It's my authoring name. Same one with a fake Oscar. Okay, let's put that aside.
Published author.
Her first name comes, huh?
Is it like Scarlett Cassadine, published author?
Yeah.
Author.
I'm going to break down every bit of that name for you right now. Scarlett comes from Scarlett, Gone with the Wind. She's a big fan of that. Okay. What's the Gone with the Wind character? I can't remember her last name. O'Hara.
I know who you're
Scarlett
talking about.
O'Hara. Yeah. That's where her first name comes from. Okay.
If her
From the
second
same
name
woman, Cassadine comes from, telling you right now.
If you say it, I'm gonna bust out laughing if it's what I'm thinking.
Well, if you've paid attention at all, which I do pay too much attention, admittedly. Okay. She says that she was a writer for soap operas.
Oh, it is.
Right?
Oh my God. It's General Hospital.
She got an Oscar. Oscar is not even daytime soap operas.
Oh my
That's for
God.
movies. It's not. If she got anything, she got an Emmy. But let's put that aside. Cassadine is a family in a daytime soap opera that she claims to have wrote for.
Baby.
Scarlett Cassadine.
I was wondering if Cassadine was from General Hospital, but
It was. That's who she claimed to write for.
That is so
And got
funny.
the Oscar for it. The Oscar.
I know,
if you get
right?
an award, you get one. You get an Emmy for daytime. I mean, I can't.
But they
You
still
can't make
peddle it.
this shit up at all.
And they
at
still
all.
brag about it. Like, I think it
Right.
was just last week, Natasha was like, I bet you none of y'all have an Oscar. And I'm like,
Honey,
one
time, months ago, I'm guilty of making naught. And I don't care. But I made up one that was Scarlett's Oscar and went into their chat because this is ridiculous. Natasha knows better. If she's as smart as she says she is, she knows that Scarlett didn't get an Oscar, even for what she claims. Because even if she wrote for what she wrote for, her award would be an Emmy, right?
Yes.
So she just goes along with their bullshit. She does.
Well, I think
And she
she
goes,
knows
"Oh yeah, you
Scarlett's a
just wish you
liar,
had
but
an Oscar."
I
Huh?
think she knows Scarlett's a liar, but she keeps her around because she's useful. I don't. I just got a feeling that
And
Scarlett will do things for her.
I think
she's
everybody
financially
should have an
beneficial also. I mean, but you guys, you just wish you had an Oscar. No. Mm-mm. Because I don't even know, like, do they even put this together? Because I actually do think Natasha is smart. That's why I have a problem with it. I think she ought to know that if you get an award for daytime writing, it's going to be an Emmy and not an Oscar. So I think she just goes along with it. You know, she knows better. She knows that Scarlett didn't get that award. But she, it fits into her, I don't know what you call it. But she knows she didn't get it. She knows. Just like with Case, she knows that freaking Case called Gabby's lawyers when she was mad. She just tucks them away for when she's ready to pounce and get mad at them, just like she did Voices. She already knew that crap about Voices before she called her out. So it's just a matter of time before she calls out Case or she calls out Scarlett when it's convenient to her. And I think she keeps Scarlett around more because Scarlett has money. For whatever reason, I don't care why, but she pulled the same crap with Lana trying to meet the Wattses. Gave her $1,000 because she thought she was going to go have a barbecue with the Watts.
It's crazy. I'm just sitting here while you guys were jabbering, going back and looking at all the comments. I'm just speechless. Not on mine. I'm talking on Natasha's. I had to stop. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable.
I haven't even been looking at your comments. I've been too busy.
Yeah, so, Brittney, did you say that the people of social media has got all this?
Yes. As a matter of fact,
God.
I need to go back and look, but they might have already posted something about it. So,
about which part?
About her claiming some of the funds are gone, and she don't know what happened to them.
Huh.
Oh yeah,
So
I have to, like I said.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say I had two theories of how she was going to explain that before she did.
Oh, and I'm sure probably both of them's right. She'll probably end up using both theories at two different times. But I was just going to say, I seen one screenshot where it says that it was originally like 19,700. It was right there at 20,000. Right. So which been what you meant, right, Linda. And then the last screenshot I saw is it's down to 13. So it's gone. Dang, 40, 50, 60, 70, 18, 19. I'm sorry, math's not my strongest. $6,000 is gone.
No, that was actually the same screenshot on social media, but you had to click it and make it bigger. And I actually went back to Natasha's live because I knew which live it came from, and I recorded it in case she deleted it, just that section. But thinking that she's going to say, well, it's either the fee from PayPal or it is I took that money out for a retainer for a lawyer. That's her two options.
Amanda,
the retainer for the lawyer.
Amanda, this is from a live that just since we've been going on that she just did. This is not from an earlier live.
She's saying something different?
Yes, I am telling you, she just got off. She come up there and said, that this money is missing from her PayPal, and everybody in the chat is saying somebody must have hacked. It must be this. You got people saying maybe we need to make another one. I mean, no, this is just here in the last 30 minutes. This isn't from the one. And even somebody said, did you pay your lawyer the retainer? And she said, I haven't paid my lawyer anything.
Oh, did she?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Because she said she did before.
Yes.
Yeah, she told everybody she paid the retainer the day that they come into Diffinac or wherever she lives.
Yep.
Remember that?
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I've got my own whole thing about that, but yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So she's lying. She's getting caught up in her tangled web of lies. And I mean,
Brittney,
and then
Brittney,
can y'all
Allison, have you not told Brittney what I've said behind the scenes? If you haven't, I want to tell her.
I don't know what you're talking about. Which
Hey,
part?
Love Rain.
About the lawyer.
Hey,
About the
girl.
lawyer.
I
No,
haven't
I'm sorry.
told. Yeah, I haven't said anything.
I needed to say hey to Love Rains in the chat. She is
I
awesome.
do too.
I'm glad you're here.
I'm not watching chat, so I'm sorry if I missed anything.
And Shay.
It's really hard unless you're on another device, which my iPad.
Oh, there she is.
It is hard,
Thank
Amanda.
you,
I always throw
Love
myself off
Rains.
the chat. Always.
Thank you for coming over. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. So, Amanda,
Yeah,
if you want to say something about that, you go ahead.
I don't know exactly what I should say, but Allison, what do you think I should say? Because you know what I know.
Tell me, girl.
You can't just bring it up and then not say something silly.
I know, right?
Yeah.
No, you have to tell me now.
Well, that's why I said, can Brittney message me privately? No, I can't. I can't say it.
Oh, I can't
publicly.
do that to my chat. So I'm just gonna say what we kind of know.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You can say whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
If she has a lawyer, big if, we know the lawyer's name. We know where the lawyer's from. And that's all I'm going to say right now.
Well,
I will add to that. I will add to that she's probably used this lawyer for other problems she's had in the past.
Yes.
And she may or may not have consulted that lawyer over this.
Okay, because she said when she went and supposedly met with the lawyer the first day, that she hugged a lot of necks that she hasn't seen in a while. So she spoke like she knows all of them.
Yeah, that was the lawyer that was supposed to be from it was from the city, and the
I
lawyer
don't believe they're. Yeah, I don't believe they're from out of town. No,
they're from in town.
Natasha
that's what she claimed.
Yeah, and she's publicly said that anything that I say on a live, I know exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, she's calculated as a mofo. She's so calculated.
Right, so she's not going to say anything accidentally. And even if she does say it accidentally, she's going to say, I said it on purpose. You know?
What is your guys' theory about where she went yesterday? Because she didn't
to the casino
all day long.
She didn't go to her lawyer because her lawyer lives in the same town she does.
Look, I caught the ass end of her chat earlier today, right? The one from today. And she was talking about her tire going flat. Now, I don't want to assume anything because I only listened to it for 5 minutes and I had to turn it off and do something. But I heard her say She was trying to use her Cash App card or something, and she just
Mhm.
knew she was going to have to sleep in her truck in the parking lot of a casino. And I was like,
no. She made a joke out of it. She made a joke
Oh.
out of it because somebody alleged the other day, and I don't know one way or the other. I don't care. But she was splitting up how she was sending out Hannah's boyfriend for money with some cards, right? And they were trying to divide it up. And I don't know, somebody else said that she was dividing up for betting on something, which I didn't get that out of that at all. But somebody may have done that. And so he was going to the alleged gas station that she's talking about, being stuck at and trying to use her Cash App and everything. And she called it the casino as a joke. That's what I got from him.
Okay.
Yeah. And, but no, she was radio silent yesterday. She comes back on today. I mean, after saying she had an appointment with the lawyer, that's allegedly in, what's that town, Allison? In Florida?
Tallahassee.
Tallahassee. Because
Yeah.
people started saying there's no casino in Tallahassee. Well, I mean, it's smoke and mirrors with Natasha, no matter what she says. Okay, there's no casino, fine. She may be just going to her real casino, and just saying that she's going to a lawyer. Right.
I mean,
so who knows what she did? I mean, you just don't know. But she did go radio silent on her channel yesterday. And then she came back today and like, oh my God, I needed that break so bad. Oh my God, I can't take it and this and that. And then she went into the story about whatever happened. I don't know if it was a flat tire. I don't know. Car problems.
but
and went into a whole big thing about it.
She was in that same funk and that same bad attitude that she's in when she goes to the casino and she spends too much.
And she loses.
Yep.
Yes.
It's the same
100.
funk.
Yep.
And
Yes.
another thing that I've noticed, look, people have disposable cash. There are people that make enough money where they can spend a little on crap. But her subs need to use some critical thinking and look at what all this girl is buying lately. I mean, she's got packages. She opened 25 packages on her freaking on her channel today. Because I
Listen,
know it was
if they
25 when
can't-
she said it.
If they can't figure out that
Brittney?
she starts a
opened what?
fund,
Wait a second.
She made her live stream today, unboxing live stream. And she said, okay,
Right,
y'all,
which I didn't watch.
that was the third package. We got 25 to go.
Oh my gosh.
25 packages.
well, if you can't figure out that if you start a fund, PayPal, GoFundMe, whatever you want to call it, and then like a day or two later, you're at the casino.
It was the exact next day.
Like you don't ask people for money and then go to the casino. That says all you need to know.
She's admitted that Dalton
I mean,
pays all the bills. The man
Of course.
he drives a milk truck. He might make $18 an hour, $20 an hour, maybe, but
he
that
probably
ain't enough.
does make decent money.
Yeah.
I mean, decent. I'm talking about my area. I don't know about anybody else's area. But, I mean, I know he works a lot of hours. Sometimes he's gone overnight. I'm not doubting that. But she has literally said he pays everything. He's the government. He pays everything, right? And her money on YouTube, before she got really big, was play money. She does whatever she wants to with it.
Yeah.
All I
Okay.
can say, you guys, you go back and read the comments in her video, and it will disgust you. They
What,
are
from
falling
tonight?
for
Everything
this.
about her disgusts me. Period.
Yeah, me
I
too.
mean, they are feeling so bad for her and giving her more money and
More money from tonight?
Yeah, they're doing like super chats or whatever, and just
Because she's lost money?
What do you mean
Oh,
lost money? Yeah, because of the stupid PayPal thing.
wow.
Um,
Well,
How do
you
y'all
know,
not? Mm,
yeah, exactly. Like the ones that are brand new, I get it. They haven't seen it yet. But that's the whole point of these whole, exposure channels is there's so many of them now that you can't deny if you do any research at all. You can't deny what she's doing or what her behavior is.
yeah.
So
Shay,
if they donate, then that's their problem, you know,
yeah. Shay,
because that wasn't around when I first became, known to Natasha and probably Allison also. All these channels weren't around that were awareness. Now,
right.
if you type in her name, all these channels come up now.
Yep.
So if you want to deny that, then that's your problem.
Right. There's
Yeah.
never been that. Now, that is one good thing that we got going. There's a lot of eyes on her. But I wanted Shay's asking in the chat. Shay has no idea of who Natasha is or
oh,
what her channel is.
Tara told her. And then I
Okay.
did. Tara beat
Her
me to
channel
it.
is Recline with Natasha and Shay. All I can tell you is tread lightly. Don't believe what she's telling you because she's a
You can
con
get
artist.
sucked in. You can get sucked in really
Do
easy.
your
I
research.
did.
Do your research
Do your
before you
research.
go watch her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she takes on this persona of a feeble Southern lady that is just down home and sweet as Southern pie at sometimes, but she tells it like it is. And because she tells it like it is, she's got a lot of enemies, and that's not the truth. I mean, she's a bitch, yeah,
No.
and she does like go off on people, but our issue is far greater than that with her. She steals. She's got a long history of she stole pageant dresses from several of her citizens of her hometown. She
Her
has
business.
stolen
Yeah.
a lady's whole tax check of like almost $6,000.
And yeah,
I
she's
heard.
associated herself in true crime cases that like no family wants anything to do. There's no family of her true crime cases that she's got close to that will say, "Oh yeah, she was great. She helped us." No, they're
She
all
used the whole
like
family for
yeah.
money.
I mean,
If
there's
you go,
proof of it on some of these channels.
if you go look at her donations list, a list of all the donations or fundraisers that she's ran, there was one family, the Shanna Peoples case. The family's name is the McKees. And if you go look at her fundraisers, there's about 10 fundraisers in the McKees name. I mean, down to the McKees gas fund, gas for their car, the McKees grocery fund, Christmas
And
for
none
the
of it went
McKees.
in their name. It all went into Natasha's name.
Freezer fill up for the McKees. I mean, it was awful.
If you want to see the real evidence on that, go to the Geneva Facebook page because it all folds out if you look at it.
That's another thing, Shay. There's a town in Florida called Geneva. This entire town come together for a town meeting to figure out how to get rid of Natasha and keep her out of their town because she was scamming so bad and causing such a problem in the community.
Yeah, and the mom that was even on out of that case that came from that town, she even posted Natasha is no. I mean, I'm paraphrasing here, but she's no longer involved with me. And if anybody has any questions, I'm sorry. I mean, bring them, and I'm sorry. Like, it took her a while to figure it out, but I mean, it's all there. You can see it all.
Oh, I know, Tara Kate. It's bad. And it's even worse when you hear her tell her subs that there was a group of angry ex-mods who turned 2 towns against her. Like, that's really believable. You mean to tell me a group of mods from your channel on YouTube went to the town of Geneva and told them some stuff, and they just took the mods' words and said, let's have a group meeting. Let's have a meeting. We got to get rid of Natasha Cooper. I mean, that don't even make any sense at all.
Right. I mean, some people will probably take their word for it, but a lot of people are going to do their research just like we have, you know, and figure out what her deal is. And that's why, like, if you notice that Natasha will still stream her true crime coverage on Facebook, do you ever see her stream the recon with Natasha on Facebook? No. No way. Because, you know, Facebook has higher standards than YouTube does, evidently.
Yeah.
And they kick her ass off for the shit she shows. She's not going to stream that channel. She'll stream true crime, but not recline with Natasha. Decline with Natasha, I should say.
That was a good one.
That's why she comes off of Facebook. You know, that's why she won't stream that channel. She'll stream true crime because she's trying to be cleaned up on that channel, especially since Gabby came along.
But evidently,
I don't think she streamed it.
That in the toaster, baby. It'll burn it.
You can't what?
Oh, sorry. My son got up. They are home this week from school because they're sick. The doctor took them out the whole week. And he took an 8-hour nap with his dad today. So he is wide awake. And he put my white chocolate chips that I bought for some cookies. He put them on a Pop-Tart. And I was telling him, don't try to put that in the toaster. You'll burn it. I don't know how that would work. But anyway.
No, I heat these and I put chocolate.
Okay. Well, anyway, so she is the devil. She's the devil. Simple as that.
She is. She really is.
And it does make me feel bad for her subs to a degree. But then when you I'll tell you that Granny, Jessica, she couldn't have said it better when she said, if you come to us and you tell us all these things that you've seen Natasha do that you were against, and then you go back to her and you support her again, then that tells me you're fully aware of what you're supporting. And those mods that are in her chat, at least some of them know what she's like. And I can tell you this, there's a ton over there on that channel that don't like her, that use alts, and they email people behind the scenes. And to me, that's ridiculous. I would never let somebody have that much power over me to where I'd be afraid to leave.
Oh my God, Cooper is such. Is it no? Parker. What do we do with Parker at this point?
Who said that?
If you know what I'm talking about, Parker.
Parker
the one that
is
makes
a
fun
lost
of.
cause as far as I'm concerned. That's where I'm at.
Yeah,
with her.
because she saw the light. Admittedly, we saw the chat, and she said, even my husband said, you need to get out of there. And I confronted her about it one time. I really did, under my own name. I said, what are you doing? Like, literally, you should have listened to your husband.
Yeah.
I don't know if Natasha has something over her. I don't know. Or she just got scared.
Parker had some
Parker
amazing. Parker had some of the most amazing women standing behind her when she was ready to leave, and she would have been fine. And now I'm gonna tell you what did it for me with Parker. When Parker and Natasha went on panel and they started accusing Lindsay and Foz of that really dirty stuff. You remember that, Allison? They basically were accusing Lindsay and Foz of being a pedophile enablers and claiming that they covered up for a pedophile. I mean, complete lies. Parker knew that wasn't true. Parker knew for a solid fact that that had been debunked and it wasn't true at all. But she still sat there on that panel and put that out there to the world, knowing that it was all lies. And if you can lie on somebody like that and put their life at risk, because come on, let's be real. There's people that'll kill you for things like that. And you're going to sit there and put these people's names out there and accuse them of working for a pedophile and enabling him. And then you know it's a lie? I have nothing for Parker Beebs.
Nope.
You don't ever falsely accuse somebody. Amanda, she knew that was a lie. She knew solid. She had proof that was a lie.
All right. I mean, there's a lot of them that you can discuss, and that's why, like, I was so proud of Granny, Jessica, whatever you want to call her.
Me too.
Because she was calling out people and and just telling them like exactly everything that I thought. Everything that I thought.
I think she did that. A lot of us thought it. She just
Who made a community post, Amber? Love Rain said, look at her community post she just made. I'm guessing Natasha.
Who?
Look.
Love Range just said, look
I can't
at her
look or it's going to kick me off again.
Allison's going to go look for us.
Okay.
But when Parker did that, I was like, oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Because,
all right, like, so either Natasha has something really bad on her, like, I don't know her deal, but there's something there.
Yeah.
That she was so scared to leave, or, because I was like, it's what I was trying to say earlier. That I said to her, because her text said, my husband said this and that. I said, you should have listened to your husband. She really should have, because he was spot on.
Do you guys want to rehear this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This is Natasha Cooper 7 minutes ago. Well, you've all hurt me and got me to my breaking point repeatedly this last week. You've accomplished your goal to completely break me. I don't even know how to describe how I feel. Constantly harassed, berated, degraded, criticized, picked apart, every aspect of my life under a microscope for all of you to cast judgment on like you're all perfect. You've trashed me, my parenting, my relationship, everything. Bravo. I know you're all beaming with pride that you were able to completely crush me in big letters. Pat yourselves on the back. You broke down the big, bad Natasha Cooper. She doesn't have feelings. Who cares about her mental health? Who cares about what your words, lies, accusations do to her? As long as it accomplishes your goal. I can't take it anymore. I've cried pretty much nonstop for 2 days. I can't even get on YouTube without someone being live, completely trashing me on panel and their entire chat. I don't enjoy this anymore. I don't enjoy any of it. Congratulations.
You know what?
Oh my gosh.
Tomorrow.
I'm dead, and I have so much to say about that. Okay.
Oh.
Tomorrow.
My gosh.
This is the problem.
Mhm.
If this was anybody else, I might take a step back and say, you know what? That's bad. But how many times, y'all, she did this with Brittney. When Brittney and her mods, and I don't agree with this, I thought this was cruel, but they put pictures and memes up of Natasha. She cried and said, y'all, I'm done. Y'all, is this what you want? Well, this is, y'all wanted it and y'all got it. Basically the same thing she's saying now. A day
It's the same
later,
thing.
she's going off. But I'm going to tell you what this is about. That money's missing.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is.
Yep. She's
She
wanting, this
might
is
actually
sad
try to leave
fishing.
for a little while.
Yep. I don't think she will. She's got too much invested. She's too money hungry. She ain't going to leave. But I'm going to tell you right now, she's going to, even if she did this, I don't know. I don't have proof. None of us have proof. We can all, think in our opinions, this is probably what happened. But I can guarantee you she is going to use it for sad fishing, or like Loverain said, this is a show for her attorney too. She could use this for her attorney.
Right.
For her attorney.
Right. Oh, her alleged attorney. But let me just say this. Like, because I was trying to type it. I can't even explain it because I can't see her community post on my iPad. I'm not sure why. I can't see anybody's community post on my iPad. So I'm just going off of what you said. But she's going to do this and then come back tomorrow and have some reason for being back. I mean, we all know that happens, what she does. And I have a really hard time with her taking the 9-month break that she took.
That was not on. That was from Facebook. Facebook made her. She got kicked off.
Right.
Oh,
yeah,
but
I know it was a different platform.
She was scamming the whole time during her 9-month break. She was selling.
Well, I don't know if she was, but she kept saying that it doesn't matter if I get offline, y'all. They still do it. That's what her whole point of saying. She's already been offline. She's already done this. They definitely cannot. I mean, even if you want to go with the narrative that they still came at her, if you're making 2 to 5, let's see, be on the live side, lives a day, they have less material to come at you with if you're online. If she's saying like I went offline, it still happens. It still happens.
Let me ask the question. What's any different yesterday and today to make her break than any other day? If anything, it's been mild. Dorothy didn't even go live yesterday. Who was live tonight to make her break? Because
everything that they say is, I mean, like I told Allison earlier, the biggest hypocrite ever, because she will say, guys, I don't want screenshots. I mean, it's like I told Allison, she might as well just like not even make a live and just replay one that she's already done.
Exactly.
Because she's saying the same shit. Like, I don't want screenshots. I don't want anything, I mean, she does the same shit over and over.
Yeah,
over
the next day.
And over. Yeah.
She'll have that.
So I don't want them. But then she'll come live and say, I got a screenshot. I got to talk about this. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Seriously.
Are you mad? Boo, boo. And she'll have that ugly paint on her face and act like she's queen shit. And then I'm going to tell you what really pisses me off about that freaking community post. What about Melissa? How many times did she push Melissa to her breaking point? I can't tell you how many nights we sat on that phone and I listened to that girl cry and just, look, y'all, this is no lie, and I hope she's okay with this. She finally calmed down, and at that point, Melissa was still new on her channel, and I would talk her into let's go in live and getting her mind off of it.
Mm-hmm.
An hour or two before we go live, and this happened every night for like 3 weeks straight. They'd go at her again, even harder than before. And as soon as we started making progress and she would get out of that slump she was in, Natasha would come
Mhm.
back with some more, and it was relentless for I know
I
2
mean,
months
yeah,
straight.
she does that to everybody. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, when I think in my brain, honestly, who she's went the hardest for. I mean, for the longest time, the first one was Brittney, and then Melissa, and they both have their. You know, Melissa didn't. The difference between Melissa and Brittney was Brittney went back. She tried to fight. You know, and
Well, she's been going pretty hard at MRB too. I mean, it's been pretty relentless on her.
yeah. I'm just saying in the beginning, the first two that I remember.
Oh yeah.
And Melissa, the only thing with Melissa is that she didn't want to go back. She didn't want to fight. She didn't do the back and forth, you know. And I think that probably bothered Natasha more than anybody did. And I think that's why she's so relentless for, I mean, now Melissa speaks out more now than she ever has, granted. But Melissa didn't. And Natasha kept coming and coming and coming and coming, you know. And Melissa wasn't saying anything back. And I think that bothered her more than anybody else because nobody else went without responding to her in one way or the other. And I mean, I don't know. Now, I mean, I don't know, it was a couple weeks ago or something. Brittney, as in seriously Brittney, NCF, whatever you want to call her, was making her comeback, which, you know, I didn't always agree. I mean, like I'm saying, like Brittney, I'm not saying Brittney was a great person at all, and Natasha went at her, but she ran her off YouTube, you know, and she should have a voice just like anybody else should. And I thought she was coming back. I don't know what happened. That's fine, whatever. She might have had something come out, but there for a few days, she was saying, "I'm coming back full force." She was on Amanda's panel. Melissa apologized for her part of that, you know. So I don't know what happened with her. I mean, she's probably, you know, going to make an entrance at some point. But that really was my picture of seeing how bad Natasha could get at somebody, right or wrong. She went, you know, Brittney probably went at her really hard also, but Natasha goes 10 times harder. And then right after that, all the stuff with Melissa happened. And I went, oh God, this is not okay, you know, because Melissa wasn't even going back at her at that point. That's the whole point of what I'm saying. Is that you can be completely silent and she doesn't care. She's relentless against whoever she's mad at.
Are y'all
Somebody used the bathroom up. They cleaned it up.
are y'all here? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Okay, I should make
I
sure
can
my
hear you,
phone.
Brittney.
Yeah. Now with the situation with Brittney, I I did go at her pretty hard with Natasha. So like I always make sure that I put it out there that I shouldn't have done that and I feel bad for it. I don't particularly care for her, but she don't deserve to lose her channel no more than anybody else. So I agree with you on
Right.
that. But
Yeah.
okay, but for as far as
Yeah.
this freaking
This is ridiculous.
what do you call it? Community post. I'll get them. This community post that she is doing.
Mm-hmm.
It. Oh
They're
God.
fucking everywhere, man.
I do think it's for an attorney if she's got one, but hold on.
Are you there, Amanda?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I knew Brittany had something to do. I was just listening to you guys. Yeah,
Okay.
it's
Hey, y'all.
someone's okay. Go ahead, Brett.
I'm sorry about that. My cats got in, and my husband was trying to talk to me, and I was trying to talk about this. I'm sorry about that. No, I saw that Love Reigns has said in the chat that she thought that it's for her attorney fees. Or her for her attorney, like for show. I think
Mhm.
that's if she's got an attorney though. Like I'm having a hard time believing that there's an attorney at all, because how many times have we said if she got a legit thorough attorney that was going to look at everything, you got to have proof that these people have caused you pain and suffering that has affected you emotionally and physically in your real life. So what's she gonna say? I mean, her numbers on her YouTube have grown. So we haven't crippled her economically at all. Emotionally, what, you got a couple lives where you cry, but at the same time, you're going at somebody 10 times harder than we've ever dreamed of going at you. If you compare the way that Natasha talks to people to all of the live streams that DTOS does, we do, Dorothy does, anybody that speaks out on her, for the most part, we all try to maintain a moral composure and not hit below the belt. We can't say the same thing for her at all. So she wouldn't have an argument in court to save her life. It'd be a waste of money. That's not even to mention, let's not forget all of these random death threats that pop up at the perfect time. I mean, she gets these death threats when it suits her with her subs. It might be when she's in a hot spot where, she looks bad for something, she'll get a death threat, and then all of a sudden she'll get a bunch of sympathy from her subs, and then they'll start flying the super chat. I mean, I'm sorry. And nobody else gets threats like this. Only her. Something's not right.
I had my on mute. I was talking, but I muted it. No. Oh, Amanda fell off again here. Yeah, something isn't right. I guarantee you she sends those messages or has somebody send them to her, because she never holds them up and shows anything. She just, here you go. Look, guys. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Or the way that she's acted about money and her, okay, so ever since she's gotten the fundraiser, I noticed when it got to about $11,000, there went Amanda again.
Yeah, I see that.
When it got to about $11,000, she got really, really boastful and cocky. And she started telling her chat, it's none of anybody's business what she's doing or what she's got going on. She's not going to tell them anything. If they know anything, it'll be when everything's over. And I get, if you got a case, you can't talk about certain things, but you can tell them what your retainer was. And you could tell them if you got to take out $4,000 to pay attorney's fees. Any fundraiser I have ever stumbled across, for the most part, if it's a personal fundraiser for one person, they have to show what they're using the money on. Some kind of proof to your people that you've done it. You put those funds where you told your donors that you would use them for.
Yep, you're right.
But I know you got to get up early, so I don't want to hold you too much longer. I know it's what, midnight at your place.
Yes, I got to get up. I'm getting tired. Um, yeah, Amanda, do you have anything more you have to say?
No, because I can't remember what we were talking about before I got kicked off.
Oh, well, you guys, thank you so much for coming on. It was another good night.
It was. I had so much fun.
Yes, and thank you guys, everybody in chat. You guys are
Yeah.
awesome.
And
A lot of
chat
these
and
guys
panel.
stayed the whole time. Exactly. So I guess
We-
we'll have a lot to talk about tomorrow, I'm sure. I got to take my mom to Iowa City to the doctor, but
Oh,
I'm sure when I get back, I will be checking everything out. What were you getting ready to say, Brittney?
is everything okay?
It's just a follow-up.
Okay.
Her appointment. Yeah. Yep.
All right.
So,
Well,
all
I
right.
love you
Well,
and
thank
thank you for
you.
having
Yep.
me, Amanda.
Love
It's
you
been
guys.
amazing as always.
Yeah, I'm sorry I got kicked off, or
No,
we had problems as
It's not your
usual.
fault.
No, we'll
It's
have
not
to do
your
this
fault.
again.
Have some kind of problem, but it's okay. But I just want to say, like, I mean, anybody that can or wants to, like, it was an issue earlier. If you message me on Facebook and I don't get back, right back to you, I do not have the notifications turned on for it most of the time.
Yeah.
'Cause it just goes insane if I do.
Yeah.
So
She was,
I'm not
I
ignoring
think
you.
she was, yeah, I think she, yeah.
I'm saying that to anybody that does.
Okay.
And to
Yeah.
Shay Watson, you have been awesome. You stuck
Yes.
with
Lulu,
Allison.
Shay. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Yes. Amazing. Amazing.
All
So
right.
you
Well,
guys are great. All right. Good night, guys.
good
Good night.
night. Y'all have a good night. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Bye.